Sunday stream yesterday, I really wanted to just give it just that little bit longer. I could tell that my voice was like on its way, so I didn't want to run the risk of doing another 2-hour stream and just like setting it back a little bit. And it's just, I wanted to just rest it, and boom, we're back. And we're back, baby, we're back. I think it's probably not 100%. I think it's probably more about 95, but it's in a much better place, probably the best place it's been since about Christmas Day or NXT after Christmas Day. So it's been a long time, man. I could not shake this cold. But yeah, shout out to everyone that joined us last week. It was a big week last week, and we struggled our way through it, but there was plenty of stuff, plenty of talking points, plenty of things for us to get our teeth into. And hopefully there will be tonight. Now, because I haven't been around as much, what with me not being around on Saturday and not being around yesterday, it feels like there's quite a bit of stuff to go through, but I think the best way of doing it is to let people bring up the topics and then we'll tackle them that way, because I just haven't had a chance to speak to you guys in quite a while. So I want to get into the chat. I want to get talking to you guys. I want to see where the conversations are. But before we do that, let's just blast down what's actually on Raw tonight so that we're all on the same page. So we've got CM Punk. He is back tonight, so it's going to be very interesting to see what he's got to say. We've got a sit-down interview with R-Truth, which I'm very excited about. I think that could be absolute quality. R-Truth just killing it since he returned, so very much looking forward to seeing a sit-down interview with him. We got Kaden and Katana taking on Piper and Chelsea. That's for the women's tag titles, so looking forward to that, because I do like a little bit of Kaden and Katana. We got Miz taking on JD McDonagh. We got Finn Balor taking on Tommaso Ciampa. Now, this match, I believe, was sort of made away from Raw. We did the Unseen video last week, and basically, R-Truth is the reason this match has happened, because he said that he wanted to get a tag title match or something. He wanted to put them in a match. He ended up putting Finn in a match with Tommaso, and Finn was like, I don't want that match. And R-Truth was like, oh, I didn't realize you were scared. I didn't realize you was a scaredy cat. And Balor was like, whoa, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I can do the match. So that's how we've ended up where we've ended up. R-Truth getting involved again, causing trouble. I think it's one of those where if Tommaso wins, DIY should get a tag title opportunity, but we'll see if that rule still applies. Cody and Shinsuke Nakamura, that's tonight as well. Obviously, they've been in a feud for a little while. Love Shinsuke's backstage promos. Think they're absolutely fantastic, so it's going to be interesting to see that develop and evolve and see where we are after tonight. And then we've got Kofi taking on Ludwig, so that should be good as well. So I would say that there's a lot there, but there's not loads for us to kind of lose our minds over. It feels like we're definitely going back to a more traditional Raw. Obviously, last week was a day one edition, so this is us going back to a more traditional Raw. But CM Punk coming back, that's awesome. A sit-down interview with R-Truth, that's awesome. Women's tag title match, that's awesome. You know, there's lots here, even though it's not a day one edition. So that's what is on the slate. That is what is lined up for us tonight on Raw. And as I said, we've got a few bits news-wise, but I think we'll probably touch on them as we're having conversations anyway. So we'll just kind of tick our way through them. And if we don't, I'll mop them up at the end. So big shout out to Alfie. Hello, bud. How you doing? Hope you had a good Christmas, a good festive periods. Alfie says, hello. How are you? Hope the voice is better. I've been stressing about Luton in the Premiership. Have you? You've been stressing about Luton in the Premier League. That's a weird thing to be stressing over, my friend. I am pleased that you're enjoying the Premier League. I think it's a very good league. I think it's a very good product. I think it's a very good sport. I've watched it my whole life. I know that it's grown in America in recent years. And I think that's probably to do with a few different factors. But I think that the Premier League does a good job of like advertising itself around the world. And so obviously we've seen some growth in America and everything. But yeah, I wasn't expecting you to be stressing about Luton of all teams. But they're a fun little story. I mean, they are a team that's not been in the Premier League for a long time. They just came back to the Premier League, and they're a team that could easily struggle, easily get relegated, and, you know, go away for another 20-odd years. But they are battling to try and stay in the Premier League. So if you are a fan of Premier League football, then Luton and watching them trying to survive is a pretty fun story this year. But as a Manchester United fan, I've decided that football is overrated, and actually it's not that great of a sport. So until Man United start winning again, there will be no football conversations on this channel. Thank you. Alfie, I hope you're doing well, but Mitchell said, I'm glad you're feeling better. I have one fun question. Okay. WrestleMania has got 2 main event spots, and we've got Rock, Cody, Seth, Punk, Roman. How would you book it? Well, I'm actually going to do, I think, a separate video on that tomorrow. So now that we're kind of back, and maybe I'm pushing it a bit too much, I don't know, but I really want to get some of those types of videos on the channel. There is so much to talk about right now that we start like 2 hours early, but so that we can have all the conversations that we can have. But obviously not everyone can join us on these streams. I think I have to find a better way of pulling some of these conversations out and putting them onto the channel. Because, to be honest, I think we have some really great conversations, and there's lots of people that enjoy watching, even if it's just this first part and then going off and watching Raw on their own or catching up on the streams the next day. I actually took down some AEW streams when we were kind of winding up covering AEW. I took them down because I didn't want people to get confused thinking they were this week's streams. I just wanted them off the homepage, and it only tends to be the last couple of weeks that show on the homepage. So I thought, take them down. No one's going to be able to see anything AEW then. There won't be any confusion. And I had so many people going, where's the AEW streams? Like, I enjoy listening to them the next day. So I was like, damn, I didn't realize. I never really look at the analytics, so I didn't realize. But I had so many people get in touch with me, and that was just for the AEW streams, which do less views than Raw and SmackDown. So I feel like I need to find a way of pulling out some of these conversations. So I'm going to give you an answer, but it's not going to be as in-depth as the video that we'll do tomorrow, which is probably a better way of doing it, because if there's one criticism that I tend to get, it's that I talk too much on certain topics. So maybe if I do just kind of get in, get back out, and then save some of the meatier stuff for like some of the other videos, maybe that will please more people. I don't know. But in answer to your question, I think that Cody Roman is the match to make. You could do Rock Roman. I'm not interested in this triple threat stuff, right? I'm not interested in this. And actually, there was a suggestion that came in from is his name Raj? I don't know his name. I put it on a tweet actually, and I'm going to show you. I'll show you this. And this is no disrespect to this Raj guy, right? Raj Giri, okay? No disrespect, but I think this is a perfect example of the difference between a fan and a booker. I think this is a really good example, right? And I'll walk through it. So here is my Twitter page, right? Wrestling Days YT. Shout out to that page. So here is Raj Giri, right? Raj Giri says, what if Randy Orton wins the 4-way, CM Punk wins the Rumble, Cody wins Elimination Chamber, then we get Rock versus Roman, Cody versus Orton, Cody finishes the story, and Seth versus CM Punk? Would that make everyone happy? I'm sure it won't, but it's a pretty badass card, right? Now, that to me, right, and he's already preempted it, saying, I'm sure it won't make everyone happy, right? That to me is the difference between a booker and a wrestling fan. This card here is a wrestling fan's card, because what we've got here is we've got these matches which on paper look brilliant, right? They look fantastic, but like, you're ignoring a lot of big things in order to get there. There's a lot of things, a lot of psychology, there's a lot of moving parts in order for us to get to that. And to be honest, getting to that, I don't think is going to be as satisfactory as going a different way. So for me, like, the difference between a booker and a wrestling fan will put together their dream cards. They'll put together their dream matches. They'll go, well, I'll have that person and that person. I'll do that, right? And they'll get where they want to go, and they won't worry so much about the intricacies of how you get there. Okay? So for me, like, that's a good example of like a wrestling fan. Not all of you guys, right? I'm just talking about, you know, the kids that play with their figures, right? I'm talking about the casual fans, right? That kind of a thing. If you're really invested in wrestling, like really invested, I would imagine you probably do think these things through a little bit more. So I'm not talking about everyone, but I'm just talking about the majority, the casuals, the kids. They put their cards together, you know, that's where they want to get to. But a booker is going to think more about the journey. The booker is going to think more about the shows leading up to that, right? And how we get to that. So for me, I look at this card, and on paper it looks fine. But the problems that I've got with it is that Roman is going to lose in a fatal four-way to Randy Orton, which I think is a very unsatisfactory way to end his run. So Roman's got this historic title run, and we're going to end it in like a fatal four-way at the Royal Rumble. Like, that's really how we're bringing it to an end. Like, to me, that's very unsatisfactory. Like, that's a negative, right? Then we've got Randy winning the title, so Randy is going to be the one that gets that belt. Well, that's okay, but he doesn't really get the benefit of being the one that beat Roman, because Roman will always say, well, you know, it wasn't me that was pinned, or if it was him that was pinned, he had too many distractions. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a one-on-one match. It wasn't even. It wasn't really clean, right? So Randy gets the belt, but he doesn't really benefit from being the one that finally beat Roman. They can shout about it. They can say he was the one, but it ain't going to feel the same. It ain't going to feel quite right. And the reason why it won't feel right is because we've seen some of those amazing one-on-one matches. Think about Sammy against Roman. Think about Drew against Roman. Think about Jey Uso against Roman. Think about Cody against Roman. Think about Brock against Roman at SummerSlam. These amazing one-on-one matches where there was real drama and it really felt like they were about to win. And they got really close and they couldn't get over the line, right? What I'm waiting for is I'm waiting for someone to be in that position again, but to get over the line, to actually be the one that does it, the one that works this puzzle out. You know, there's a very interesting puzzle here. How do you beat Roman? How do you beat the Bloodline? How do you beat them? Because no one's worked it out. So the fact that Randy's now going to win in a fatal four-way, which is just going to be so random, and it's a completely different kind of match, like, that to me is very unsatisfying. It's very unsatisfying because you're not giving me that moment. I'm waiting for someone to work this out. Beating Roman is like a Rubik's Cube. It's like, you know, you've got to find a way of solving this. And that ain't going to be what this fatal four-way is. This fatal four-way is not going to feel the same. So Randy winning that is good for Randy. It gets the belt onto him, but it's going to be very, for me, unsatisfactory. Not a great way to end Roman's reign. The other problem you've got is that Randy is a face, so he then is going to go up against Cody, who's also a face. So you're going to have to turn Randy heel, and you're going to have to build heat, and you're going to have to do this in a very short space of time. You've got between the Rumble and WrestleMania, you've got a couple of months to try and build as much heat on Randy as possible. And to be honest, beating Randy, who has just come back from a year and a half away injured, is not going to feel the same as Cody beating Roman. If Cody worked out that Rubik's Cube of beating Roman, that would feel special, right? Not just because he got the belt, but because he solved the puzzle, right? If he beats Randy, well, Randy's someone that's just been out for 18 months injured. He has just won a title maybe by fluke, right? And like any heat that we're going to build, we're going to only have 2 months to build that heat. Like, it ain't going to be the same. So not only is Roman's title reign coming to an end not very satisfactory, but also you've got Cody beating, dare I say, a lesser opponent. Yes, Randy Orton is a legend, but with no time to build this feud, right? Granted, you can go back to the past, but you're going back a long way. You're going back a long way. There's a lot of fans, dare I say the majority, that were not watching when Legacy was around, right? So you're going to have to bring everyone up to speed on that whole backstory, right? So for me, like, I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but they've got all this history. Forget it. Forget it. It was so long ago that, like, you can talk about it and touch on it, but it ain't going to really hit home within the period of just 2 months build, right? Not compared to Cody Roman. Cody beating Roman is so much bigger, right? There's so much story there, so much history there. And recent history as well, not 10, 12 years ago. Recent history as of getting screwed last year in the main event of WrestleMania. So again, for me, that doesn't work, brother. It doesn't work, right? And we could go down a pretty long laundry list of reasons as to why that direction is not the direction to go, in my opinion, right? So as a booker, I really think you have to look at the journey. You have to look at the psychology. You have to look at like so many different aspects that I just don't think putting these matches together in that way, it doesn't work. That doesn't work. So for me, I'm so pleased that Triple H is in charge. I feel like he is going to have a good grasp as to, like, what the right thing to do is, what the bigger picture is. And I feel like there's a lot of people that are just trying to shoehorn things in for the sake of it. I mean, to be perfectly truthful, probably one of the cleanest ways of doing this might be having Roman go over The Rock at Elimination Chamber, make him seem bigger than ever. If he beats The Rock and beats him clean as well, he just beat The Rock, he's going to go into WrestleMania as just a monster, isn't he? Just a monster. This is a guy that just beat The Rock. So, if anyone thought Cody had a chance, I've got to think that that doesn't look like the same now. It doesn't look the same. So, like, Cody going in and having to face Roman, who is buzzing, full of momentum, full of confidence. The bloodline are bubbling. They just beat The Rock. This is the tribal chief. And Cody's got to try and overcome him at WrestleMania in the main event. Like, I don't mind that. I really think that might be the way forwards. That none of this faffing around, none of this temporary champion, transitional champion, like putting it on Randy so Randy then loses it at WrestleMania. Forget that. Like, have Roman come through the Rumble, go to Elimination Chamber, beat The Rock, bigger than ever going into WrestleMania. Can Cody do it? He couldn't do it last year. Roman's bigger than ever. He just beat The Rock. Can Cody do it? Now, the only criticism I would have with that is that Roman should be at WrestleMania. That's the only criticism. But I did see something earlier where someone said, what if Rock is still at WrestleMania, but he ends up doing something else So he ends up like partnering with Jey Uso or something like this, or he gets like, he comes down to help Cody finish his story. So he's still there, but he's just not involved in the match. Or he's not officially in like the match, which I thought was okay. But yeah, for me, that's probably the way I would book it. I would have Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber. I would do Cody Roman at WrestleMania. Or if you really cannot cope with the idea of Rock Roman not being at WrestleMania, which I do understand, then do that at WrestleMania and then have Roman Cody at SummerSlam. I think trying to fit all this stuff in and like having Randy win the title and all this kind of stuff, it's too messy. It's too messy. I think there's people that are trying to find like the perfect way forwards. And to be honest, I don't know that there is a perfect way forward for everyone. I think everyone's going to have their own opinions. I've just told you why that Rajgiri suggestion does not work for me. Doesn't work for me, right? I think that whoever beats Roman should be the champ going forwards. Whoever beats Roman needs that belt for a while. Beating Roman is a prize in itself. It's like beating the Undertaker's streak. So, yeah, for me, like, Randy beating Roman and then losing the title 2 months later, that doesn't do it for me, man. That doesn't do it for me. I think whoever beats Roman now, like, has to have that run with the title. So that's why it feels like it has to be Cody. Cody has to be the one that beats Roman. I saw a suggestion as well from Bubba Ray. Bubba Ray said, what if we do Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber? Rock wins and then he loses it to Cody. Now, my gut reaction is I don't like that, right? Because, again, whoever beats Roman, I think they should have the belt for a while because that's a prize in itself. I don't want The Rock to get that prize. The only thing I did like about that suggestion was Bubba Ray continued in saying, because what that means is that if we do a triple threat of Rock, Roman, Cody, you get all of them at WrestleMania, right? Which makes sense. Cody wins, which makes sense. And like then both of them can claim they weren't really beaten. You know, like Roman can claim he wasn't beaten one-on-one. Rock can claim he wasn't beaten one-on-one. Because if you win a triple threat, it's quite messy. So, you know, my frustration is that no one will have worked out how to beat Roman if you do a triple threat. But what Bubba's saying is that he agrees with that, but that can actually be used as something good further down the road. That could actually be used as a positive, like, you know, down the road. The only other thing, right, and this only just really came to me, which I wouldn't mind, and that is, what if you do Roman, Rock, Cody, okay? Roman, Rock, Cody, and you have that as the main event, and it's the main event of WrestleMania, Rock versus Roman versus Cody. It gets all of them on the card, right? In the main event, everyone's going to be happy. The reason I don't like it is because I think that Roman will have an excuse, right, if he loses the title. But what if they book it this way? What if The Rock gets injured halfway into the match? So The Rock takes a bump on the commentary table. He's injured. EMTs come down. He is took out of the match. And that leaves it basically one-on-one. It leaves it basically Roman versus Cody. So you get all three of them in the match. You get all three of them advertised. But halfway through the match, it just becomes a one-on-one match. That way, when Cody wins, Roman can't really blame The Rock because The Rock will have been out of the match for a good 10 minutes by that point, you know? And so when Cody wins, he then obviously becomes champion. That actually only just came to me as I was just talking, and I'm trying to think if there's anything there that I don't like, and I think it's ticking all the boxes. Cody would be the one to beat Roman, and he would have the belt going forwards. So ticks that box. All three of them will be at WrestleMania, so it ticks that box. Roman will have been defeated and it will have been clean. Rock will have been out of the equation for a good 10-15 minutes, however long, right? To the point where Roman can't really use that as an argument, right? So it ticks that box. All three of them advertised for WrestleMania main event, ticks that box. Cody finishes the story, it ticks that box. Like, it ticks that box for me. That actually might be my new favorite, which I didn't think about before the stream. That might be my new favorite. Coming into this, my favorite was Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber, Roman Cody at WrestleMania. Nice and simple. Let's not overthink it. Blah, 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 blah. But now I'm wondering whether that triple threat with The Rock removed halfway through, I wonder if that would be the right thing to do. But I tell you, we will still do this as a video tomorrow because I feel like there's other suggestions that I've seen and other thoughts that are out there, and I think we could have a really good conversation on it. But I'm excited to see what Triple H comes up with, to be honest. I really don't think Roman loses the title at Rumble. I really don't think that's happening. I think Roman gets past all of these at the Rumble. And for me, then it's just a question of what do you do with Cody, Rock, Roman around Elimination Chamber and around WrestleMania. So I said we weren't going to talk as long as what we did, but you need to know I am a liar. Thomas Morehouse said, has anyone been announced for the Women's Rumble? Yeah, loads. Bailey has been announced. Becky's been announced. I feel like maybe Nia's been announced. There's quite a few that have been announced for the Women's Rumble. In fact, it might even be on Wikipedia. Wikipedia's pretty good at like updating as the Rumble participants get announced. I don't know who does that, but every year you can pretty much go to Wikipedia and it's a pretty good list, to be honest. I don't think I've ever gone on and it's been wrong. So yeah, you could go to Wikipedia and have a look, and that'll tell you everyone that's been announced for the men's and the women's. Aaron, shout out to you, said, Days, I just got tickets for WrestleMania. Huh? I'm so happy. I'm going to take pictures of Axxess. Oh my God. I can't wait to see what Raw has got for us tonight. How are you? I'm doing better, man. I'm doing better. I'm so excited for you. That's amazing. Many congratulations. I hope you just have the best time. The best time, which you will. I mean, WrestleMania 40, of all the WrestleManias to go to, this is definitely the one, man. This is definitely the one. So, Aaron, have a fantastic time. And yes, please do take pictures of Axxess. I've always said that's my... If I had a dream, like, for wrestling, like, something I'd like to go to, that would be my dream, to go to Axxess. I would like to go to Axxess more than WrestleMania itself, which sounds so strange, but I'm a real mark for wrestling history, and like it would mean a lot to me to stand in front of like ring war boots or ring war gear, or like, you know, to actually get into a WWE ring. At Axxess in the past, you could get into an actual elimination chamber. They had an elimination chamber set up and you could stand in the elimination chamber and look around and just imagine what it must be like to be a superstar in that match. Like, you could have that experience of standing in that ring, which is just... It's mental, isn't it? That's unfathomable to me, that that opportunity used to be there. I don't know if it still is. But they used to also have things like Firefly Funhouse, Piper's Pit, all these old sets kind of set up so you could take pictures and have a look at them for yourself. Like, could you imagine seeing the actual, the real, the not a replica, but the actual Firefly Funhouse? Could you imagine seeing that with your own eyes right there in front of you? Like, it would just be insane, wouldn't it? That to me is just that's, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that like Disney do. Like, it's magic. It's just magic to see like exhibitions of like the Hall of Famers and their ring gear and all that kind of stuff. I mean, oh my God, amazing. Amazing. Even seeing things like the bronze statues, like Andre's statue which they tend to bring out, and like just you can meet the superstars. They tend to have like Mattel there, and they like there's so much stuff at Axxess. I don't know if they've done like a full Axxess since the pandemic. I really hope they go big this year. I really hope they put on like a massive fan experience. But I got to tell you, I've got half an eye on that Saudi experience. I mean, not that I could ever see me going, but it depends what it is. Because everything I'm talking about, if it was there in Saudi Arabia, that's my dream. Do you know what I mean? That's the thing I really want to do more than anything else, is go and stand into a ring and look at the actual Firefly Funhouse and see all this ring war gear. And so I don't know what this Saudi Arabian WWE experience is, but I want to find out. So yeah, take pictures, or every picture you can, buds. I would love to see it. And well done. I'm really pleased for you. Richard Perkins, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. We're going to do a really fun member stream, actually. I did put a message up earlier. I want to start doing like a bit of a Wrestling Days Hall of Fame. So I was going to start running that through the members thing as well. Get people to start voting on like community members who they'd like to see go in. And I think I think what we might do is we might even have that video be like a members stream, the one where the person goes in. Perhaps I will make the induction thing public to everyone. Maybe I could do that. That might be fun. Have it like open to everyone. That could be fun. We'll give that a bit more thought, but we'll see. We'll have a good chat about it on the member stream. We'll see where we get with that, but definitely want to see the community recognizing the community more. So watch this space. So Richard, shout out to you. John said, Days, I think when Cody faces Roman, he should be the babyface. Oh, definitely. If The Rock is added, maybe he takes away from Cody's moment, because people will want him to win. That's a really good shout, actually. That's a really good shout. Yeah, Cody definitely should be the babyface, and he should be the person everyone's rooting for. If The Rock's in the match, then you're right. That is something I didn't consider. There could be that disappointment. You don't want Cody winning the title and there being disappointment. So I suppose yes, you're right. It takes me back to my original thought, which is do Roman Rock at Elimination Chamber and do Cody Roman at WrestleMania, because that way Roman's just beat The Rock. He's just beat him, and everyone's gonna hate Roman because he just beat their hero. And he's going to be a monster heel. He's a monster heel anyway. And then Cody comes along and picks up the win. So you're right. You're absolutely right. That triple threat, that is the problem with it. The fact that people would be cheering for The Rock rather than cheering for Cody. And when Cody finishes his story, that whole place should be going bananas for him. That place should be going mental for him. The only thing I would say is if The Rock is out halfway through the match, then they can't cheer for The Rock because he's not there, right? So if you can make it clear that The Rock is done, he is out, like being stretchered off, it ain't happening, he ain't coming back. Like on commentary, they're like, we've heard that The Rock has actually now been taken to the local hospital, right? Not medical facility, hospital. So The Rock is no longer on the premises and stuff like this. If commentary make it obvious, he's done, he's gone, he ain't coming back. I don't know how you would get that message across to the fans in attendance, who may start a Rocky chant hoping to see him come back, right? But if he wasn't in the match, then they've just got a very simple choice to make, haven't they? It's either Cody or it's Roman, and they're going to pick Cody. So maybe I shouldn't bail on my triple threat thing too soon, but yeah, actually, this is a very interesting conversation. You see, I think this is the kind of conversation, and again, I'm not being disrespectful, but I really think this is the kind of conversation that the vast majority of wrestling fans, they wouldn't engage in this kind of conversation. They wouldn't be thinking along these kinds of lines. Your average casual wrestling fan just wants the biggest names involved, right? So you're absolutely right. Cody, Rock, Roman, let's do a triple threat, right? But when you sit down and you go through it, you go, well, this could be an issue. That could be an issue. We've got it. You know, you have to foresee the problems. That is the difference between like booking and being a wrestling booker and just being a fan that just like comes up with these matches because, well, let's do this, let's do that. So I love these kinds of conversations. I think they're the kind of conversations which are probably quite rare like on different platforms. I think that certainly within the wrestling community, you know, if you're going to go to like, I don't know, Going In Raw or like, you know, Steven Larson or Wrestle Talk or Courtaholic, I'm sure these kind of conversations are happening there. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying like for the casual fans, right? For the casual fans, when they go to work, chat with their like mates that just watch Raw once a week, or you go to school, you chat with your friends, probably not going into this level of detail. So I really like it. I like these conversations, thought-provoking. So John, shout out to you. It was an excellent point. Sean, shout out to you, buds. Sean G said, what if Cody... Here we go. We're going to get this now. We're going to get this. Let's follow along with this. Okay, here we go. What if Cody wins the Rumble? Okay. And announces he plans on cashing in at WrestleMania? What if Cody wins the Rumble? Have you missed out the word Damien? Do you mean Damien announces he's going to cash in at WrestleMania? He leaves the decision to Roman if he wants to lose his title or his seat at the table. Hang on, you've lost me. What if Cody wins the Rumble and announces on Monday he plans to cash in at this bit? The bit I'm confused with. If he wins the Rumble, he's going to have a match at WrestleMania, right? He leaves the decision to Roman if he wants to lose his title or seat at the table for... I don't know what you mean by this. I don't know what you mean by this. Do you mean like... What do you mean? What do you mean? Cody needs to finish his story. So he needs to win the title. So Cody needs... It is true. It doesn't matter who Cody gets the belt from, right? He could get it from Randy. He could get it from The Rock. He could get it from Roman. Doesn't matter who he gets it from. In order to finish his story, he needs to win the belt, right? So that's all that Cody's interested in. He needs to win the belt. So I sort of feel like, though, that if he wins it from anyone other than Roman, it's a little bit disappointing, because I sort of feel like Roman is, like I said earlier, this Rubik's Cube that no one has been able to figure out. No one has been able to work out, how do I get past Roman and the bloodline? How do I get this belt from Roman? How do I pin Roman 1, 2, 3? Or make him submit? Like, that is the conundrum, right? Because it's not about just doing it. You've got to do it and deal with the bloodline, deal with all the outside interference. That is the conundrum. And I kind of feel like I'm waiting to see someone work that problem out. For years, right? For years now, this has been the problem. This has been the conundrum. This has been the puzzle, right? That no one has solved. This is why I don't want that flipping fatal four-way to result in a new champion, because it's going to be so deeply unsatisfying that still no one's worked out the puzzle, right? Because the puzzle is there and someone's got to work it out, and I'm waiting to see who does it and how they do it. How do they work it out? What do they do that was different from everything we've seen before, right? My theory is that the bloodline are gonna break in that moment. I could see Solo just walking away. We know there's a bit of tension between Roman and Solo, and my theory is that I don't know that Cody works out the puzzle. It might be that the puzzle just gets a little easier on its own because Solo's like, forget you, Roman, forget you. And he walks away. All of a sudden, then you ain't got to worry about Solo Sikoa, right? That's a big piece of the puzzle, which you don't need to worry about anymore. You already don't have to worry about Jey Uso. So what does that leave? Paul Heyman and Jimmy Uso. Like, all of a sudden, that looks achievable, right? So that's my theory as to how, like, you know, this is finally going to come to an end. But for me, like, it's got to be a case that we've got to crack that puzzle, man. Anything other than that puzzle being solved, it's just not going to float my boat. So that's why Roman, Cody, one-on-one at WrestleMania, don't mind, right? Don't mind. I know everyone wants The Rock to be involved, and as we said, you could do it. You could put him in the triple threat, but he's going to have to get injured and removed and took to a hospital during the match to basically just leave it the one-on-one match that it should be anyway, right? And to be honest, I don't know. People will be disappointed with... I think people want to see Roman one-on-one. I think people want Rock versus Roman one-on-one, no hiding place, no screwy finish type stuff, right? You know, they don't want Rock pinning Cody or anything like this. They want Rock versus Roman, just like how we had Rock versus Hogan, right? That's what they want. Andre Hogan WrestleMania 3, Hogan Rock WrestleMania 18. Like, these are iconic one-on-one matches, and Rock Roman would be very much in that ilk, right? So I think Rock Roman Elimination Chamber, and then Roman Cody at WrestleMania. And the only thing wrong with that is you don't get Rock involved in the match, and so that's what led me to that triple threat thing. But to be honest, like, Cody winning the Rumble is another thing I'm not sure about, because I sort of feel like Cody needs to have the odds, like, stacked against him. And I kind of feel like Punk winning the Rumble makes sense, because then he can call out Seth. Punk, Seth, done. Done. Forget about it. It's done, right? Punk, Seth, we don't even need to have a conversation about it. So Punk versus Seth, done. Night one. Main event. Lovely. So then what do you do with Cody? Well, you could do Elimination Chamber. But I've said before, I wouldn't have him win Elimination Chamber. I would go that next step. I would have it where someone else wins Elimination Chamber, or actually Elimination Chamber is for the US title, or it's for the Intercontinental, or it's a women's and a tag, right? It's got nothing to do with Roman. And so you've got Cody really uncertain as to how he's going to get to the main event. And I feel like I would love it if there was, say, a gauntlet match on SmackDown. Winner is going to be Roman's opponent. We get to SmackDown. We know the 6 guys that are in it. We find out that on that show there's an injury. Someone's not going to be able to make it. And so there's a vacancy. Mystery person. Who's it going to be? Turns out to be Cody. He wins the gauntlet match. He goes on to face Roman Reigns. And this happens like 3-4 weeks before WrestleMania. So we've gone past Rumble. We've gone past Elimination Chamber. We get to the point where it's like, how is Cody going to face Roman? How's this going to happen? We even get a graphic showing that Cody is not going to be in the gauntlet match to determine Roman's opponent. So we even get that far. And then there's an injury thing, which we've seen before, and Cody goes in, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I think I'd be more tempted to go down that road. I really feel like whatever we can do to put obstacles in Cody's way is brilliant. This Rock thing is brilliant. This is brilliant. This is fantastic, because I'm seeing memes of people going, ha ha, Cody thought he was finishing his story. Like, you know, I bet he regrets going back to WWE, blah, 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 blah. Rock being involved has now made it seem like Cody ain't finishing his story. And that is perfect. That is perfect. You want every obstacle in Cody's way possible. In fact, I would love to see Cody pretty down. I would love to see him like, guys, I got to tell you, it's a bit of a rough time at the moment, you know? the road to WrestleMania is getting crowded. Like, Royal Rumble might be my only shot. This might be my only opportunity to get where I need to be at WrestleMania. Really build it up that this is his only opportunity. This is my one shot. This is it. I've got to win the Rumble. And I'm feeling the pressure. I've got to tell you, I'm going to need every one of you to help me. I'm going to need your love, your support, anything you can give me. This is it. It comes down to this. I don't know that I'm going to get another opportunity like this again. And I certainly don't think there'll be another opportunity on the road to this WrestleMania. So I'd even be tempted to announce... I might even be tempted to announce the Elimination Chamber won't be to get to Roman. I might even be tempted to announce that early and say that it's going to be a women's and a tag so that people know Elimination Chamber is off the table, right? I'd be tempted to do that. I'd be tempted to get the message out there. Have you heard WWE have announced that the 2 chamber matches, one's for the tag belts and the other one's going to be for the Raw Women's Championship, the one that Rhea's got. Like, so there isn't like one to get to Roman. I'd announce that early so that everyone knows it's the Rumble or nothing. And imagine the moment Cody gets eliminated. Imagine the moment Cody gets dumped out of the Rumble. Imagine his little face. Imagine the faces of the fans. Imagine that moment. Imagine that moment. I'd have him crying and everything. I'd have him walk into the back with tears running down his face. I would have him heartbroken, crestfallen. I would have kids in the crowd in tears. I would do whatever I could to make sure you know his opportunity is gone. It's dead. It's over. It ain't happening. The story ain't getting finished. And then we find a way of finishing the story at WrestleMania 40. And we get there, right? We find a way of getting there, a gauntlet match, whatever it might be. So I'm a big believer in Cody not winning the Rumble. I'm a big believer in CM Punk winning the Rumble. Then going on to face Seth. We don't need any drama there. It's got enough drama anyway. Seth don't want to face him, don't want to fight him, can't stand him, right? So let's just do that. And then, as we said, let's go the long road with Cody to get him to Roman at WrestleMania. So, whew. I'm so glad my voice is back. Sean, shout out to you. I didn't quite get your point, but Cody winning the Rumble isn't the direction that I would look to go anyway, so I can sort of answer it anyway. Boxing Dave, shout out to you, says, has a bank winner ever cashed in on a smaller belt? Yes, last year, and it sucked. So Austin Theory cashed in on the US title, and he lost, and it is the worst cash in I have ever seen. It's one of the biggest L's I think Triple H has took as a booker. I think I still can't. There's a couple of things Triple H has done wrong, right? One of them was Liv tapping and the ref not seeing it at SummerSlam, right? Because that made her look weak, and the crowd chanted "you tapped out" to her. Do you remember she stood in the ring and started getting upset because she was the champ and the crowd turned on her saying "you tapped out," right? She was done. She was a dead champion at that point. She was, she wasn't the champ, basically. She had tapped. Ronda had put an armbar on her and Liv had tapped. We all saw it. The ref didn't. And so she just becomes a fake champ. And, I don't know. They thought we were just going to root for her. I don't know. I don't know what they thought. I don't know what his thinking was, right? It was rubbish. And it's an L. And her title reign never recovered, right? She didn't get booed every week following that, but people were sort of not feeling it. It was done, right? So her title reign was deaded after that. That was quite early into him taking over, though, so you know, these things are going to happen. And then he had Austin Theory cash in on the United States title, which was another L, because he's got an opportunity to win a world title. And a lot of people were saying, like, yeah, but he's tried. Yeah, he's tried for a couple of months. But when he cashed in, it was like, I don't know, November time, something like this. So he still had like 7 months worth of time to cash in. Like, he could have cashed in during the championship match at the Rumble, could have cashed in during the championship match at WrestleMania, could have cashed in potentially in the championship match at Elimination Chamber or Backlash, could have cashed in during like a SmackDown segment. Had he have just waited a little bit longer, I think he even could have cashed in when we crowned the first world heavyweight champion. I think we did that before Money in the Bank. I think we did, right? But this is my point. A whole new belt arrived as well. So, you know, this idea that he tried and he hadn't succeeded was like, well, yeah, he's tried for a few months, but he's still got like 6-7 months that he's got ahead of him, including WrestleMania, right? Which you would think would be a massive opportunity. One that Seth took and succeeded in cashing in at WrestleMania. So I wasn't buying that. I thought that was a lame excuse, right? The other thing was that people said, no, this will be good because it'll change his character. He's a bit silly and we need to, like, you know, this disappointment will be good for him. And the point I made was, well, you can change his character a billion different ways, right? There's so many different ways that he can be disappointed, disillusioned. You don't have to botch this cash in order to do that, right? There's so many different ways we can do this. Why sacrifice this cash in? Why sacrifice it? I mean, it just made him look like a joke. It just completely derailed whatever momentum he had, because this was a guy that had the keys to the kingdom. He potentially was going to be the next world champion, and he just threw it away on the United States Championship, a belt that he had had before. Maybe if this was going to be his first championship, he'd never won a belt, right? And he was just, I just want to get a championship or something like that. Maybe you could buy it, maybe, right? I just couldn't wait. I just want a championship. I just want to get my hands on some gold. Maybe you could buy it, but I still don't like it. But he'd had this belt before. He'd had the belt before. And what's even more mental, right? Because I ain't finished. He tries to cash in on the US title, doesn't succeed, and then about a week or so later, a month later, he ends up winning it. He ends up winning the belt in a match. I mean, it's just, oh my God, it's so bad. It is so bad. It is just awful. It is just, honestly, I mean, as much as we want to say that Tony Khan hasn't got a clue what he's doing, right? I don't know if I've seen anything from AEW that bad. And I don't know if I've seen anything from AEW that's as bad as that Liv Morgan thing, to be honest. Maybe I have, but it's all just blurred into one now, right? But that was bad stuff, man. And it was all around the start of him taking over, so I'm going to cut him some slack. But, you know, what did Theory become? So he became a US champion again. He became a bit more moody. Is he a bigger star now? No, he isn't. Whatever we didn't work anyway. It was just, oh God, it was just failure on top of failure. It was awful. So, no. No, right? If you've got a Money in the Bank contract that allows you to cash in for a championship, right? I could understand Damian being pressured into cashing in for, say, the tag belts if they didn't have them, right? I could sort of understand that, like, he is going to sacrifice his world title for his best mate. But Judgment Day don't really have that dynamic. Like, Damian and Finn have been kind of at each other in the past. I really don't think Damian would want to do that for Finn, right? So that can be took off the table. Plus, they're tag champs anyway, so that can be took off the table. But if he cashes in on, like, the Intercontinental or the United States title, like, that would just be cringe. That'll be cringe. You are going for a belt which really he should be able to compete for and stand a good chance of winning. Certainly against Logan. Granted, maybe not against Gunther at the moment, but Gunther will lose that belt sooner rather than later, right? Gunther ain't going to be Intercontinental champ for another 12 months, right? He's going to lose that belt at some point this year. And, you know, whoever gets it off him, I would imagine Damian will stand a chance of, you know, potentially beating them. But this is for a world title. This is to be at the top of the card. This is to main event pay-per-views. This is bigger paydays. You know, if you're the world champion, you are basically one of the faces of the company, like a Raw or a SmackDown or WWE as a general, right? All you got to do is just find that right moment to cash it in. So the idea that you would cash it on a lesser belt, I just think is super cringe. It's just not what Money in the Bank's about. And when they tried to do it that way last year, I just thought it was one of the worst things I'd seen. So yeah, not a fan at all. Sean said, my bad, I got crossed between Money in the Bank Royal Rumble. No problems. So hopefully we kind of answered it anyway. But Sean, shout out to you. Hollywood guy, hello, says, Days, I've got a question. If Triple H pulls the trigger on The Rock Roman at WrestleMania, yes, do you think Cody will leave? Going to AEW, Cody needs to finish his story. No, he won't leave. He won't leave because if we do Rock Roman at WrestleMania, I feel pretty good for Roman Cody at SummerSlam, right? This story is getting finished. I've no doubt, I've never, from the moment Cody has come in, I have not doubted that this story is getting finished, right? They've told you about this story, spoke about the story, like, I'm sick of hearing about the blooming story, right? It's getting finished. So the fact that, like, we do Rock Roman at WrestleMania and Cody, like, takes his ball and goes home, no. It would be a case where Triple H, I'm sure, would just sit Cody down and go, listen, we've got to go with Rock Roman. It is the money-making match. It's the match to make. It's the one that makes the most sense. It's The Rock. It's Roman. It's a match that we wanted to do last year. It didn't kind of come together. We ended up giving Cody his first shot at the title and he fell short. But if rumors are to be believed, Rock Roman was looking pretty good for a time. Like, that was going to be the main event. So it's a match that they wanted to do before. And the thing with The Rock is you've just got to go with it when the opportunity arises. He's such a busy man with so many projects going on at the same time that when the opportunity arises to do the match, you go with it, right? So it's nothing personal. It's just, this is the time it's popped up. So we're going to do this match and we'll finish your story a bit further down the road. Could be SummerSlam, maybe WrestleMania 41, but I really don't think they would leave it that long. The only thing I would say is, to, like, Cody fans is, what is there for him to do after he's finished the story? So when he's finished the story, what next, right? What next? Well, he defends the belt, okay? He defends the belt. And he has a run with the belt, right? But is that going to be as good as this, him desperately trying to finish the story? Is it going to be as satisfying? Because I can tell you, when Daniel Bryan won the title, it didn't hit the same as when he was trying to win the title. When he actually got the title, it didn't feel the same, right? We were so desperate for him to win the title. When he got there, it was like, job done, really. Job done, brilliant, he's done it. What now? Right? What now? So he didn't do loads before getting injured, but it didn't hit the same. It wasn't the same. Didn't feel the same, right? Didn't feel as big, didn't feel as important, because the chase is where the money is. Trying to get the babyface to the title is where the money is. So I think that Cody trying to finish this story, I just don't know that he'll have a bigger story than that. Beyond that, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't know that there's anything bigger once he has finished this story. So if they do delay it, I don't see it as the end of the world. This is why I wasn't crying last year, because when, all right, WrestleMania ended a bit flat, I wasn't a big fan of that, right? The fact that it was all a bit, that's it, right? Wasn't a fan of that bit, but the fact that Cody hadn't finished the story, I understood it. I understood that the money is in chasing the title. I understood that it was about Roman keeping that belt a little bit longer because, you know, viewing figures were amazing, business was booming, and Cody is chasing that title. This was a leaf straight out of the Daniel Bryan playbook. Daniel Bryan back in 2013 was like, give me another obstacle, make this as hard as you can. He wanted it as difficult as possible. He didn't want to get that title easily. He was like, keep putting stuff in my way, make it seem like it's not going to happen, right? He wanted it to be difficult because he knew when he got there, it was going to be so satisfying. It was going to be so big once he eventually got it, right? And we're just sort of doing the same with Cody. We're putting obstacles in his way so that when he finally gets there, it's going to be so big. It's going to be so satisfying. You know, the fact there's people that are just doubting that the story's going to get finished now is brilliant. It's fantastic. I mean, WWE, this is just where they want to be. They're absolutely where they want to be. If I'm WWE, I am giddy with the fact that people aren't right now looking at Cody thinking, yeah, he wins at WrestleMania. Yeah, he wins. So Cody goes to WrestleMania, he wins the belt. Right, if I'm WWE, that's the last thing I want people thinking, is that Cody wins the belt at WrestleMania. Because it just becomes too predictable, and fans are like, yeah, well, we knew that was going to happen, you know? We knew that would happen. Predictable, boring, like blah, blah, blah. The fans would turn on it. So if I'm WWE, I am so pleased that people out there are like, does this mean he might leave? Like, if we are doing Rock Roman, when does Cody finish his story? Like, all of a sudden, we've got this conversation going on, which for WWE, perfect. And he might not finish it at WrestleMania. We might do Rock Roman at WrestleMania, but then I would feel good for Roman Cody at SummerSlam. If it's not Roman Cody at SummerSlam, I'd feel good for Roman Cody at WrestleMania 41. However we carve it up, this story's getting finished. However we carve it up. But, no, I don't see him going back to AEW. Don't see that at all. But Hollywood Guy, great question. Great thoughts. We're chucking stuff around. I hope people are chucking in their thoughts as well. You know, these are all opinions. You know, if people don't agree with them, I have no issue with you going, no, I don't agree with that because of this. What about this, you know? A bit like John earlier when we were talking about that triple threat, and I was like, I just can't see why that would be a problem. And John was like, well, it could be a problem because you'll have people cheering for The Rock. And it's like, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That, of course, people would be cheering for The Rock. So that would be a problem. So, you know, this is where we can have some good conversations. So I still think, though, if we got The Rock out early enough and we just got it down to Roman Cody, then I feel like we should be okay. But you would have to still be aware of like the crowd doing Rocky chants and all that kind of stuff, you know? There'll be people going to WrestleMania thinking, are we about to see The Rock become the champion? And still being disappointed if that doesn't happen. Like, it's very true. It was a good point from John. PJ said, I think you missed my last super chat. Oh, hello. Yes, I did. PJ said, when are we doing UFC streams? Well, there haven't been any. So UFC always stop around mid-December, and then they have like a break for 3-4 weeks over Christmas. So there haven't been any. I think they return this Saturday. So I think we're doing this Saturday. To be honest, I looked, and I think there is a bit of boxing. I think there's a bit of boxing and UFC. So I was sort of looking at Saturday going, oh, do we do both? Do we do one? Do we do the other? And I haven't really got my head around it, to be honest. So that's on my to-do list. But there's a good chance that we return to UFC this Saturday, which is when it comes back. But I think the last show was like the 15th or something like that of December. Like, it was about a month ago. But they always go away for this period. So, PJ, shout out to you. I think I did just miss that. I don't know how. But, PJ, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Anna, hello. Anna Dawes. All aboard. Anna Dawes. Mind the doors, please. Mind the doors. Anna said, names heavily rumoured for release soon. Drew and KO due to not re-signing. Braun, Viking Raiders, Shayna, Ricochet, Gallows and Anderson, Alexa Bliss, surplus to requirements. Where have you seen that, buds? Where have you seen that? Where have you seen that? I mean, let's go through it, shall we? So, Drew, Kevin Owens not re-signing. Well, if they go because I'm just going to believe this, okay? I've not seen this. I'd love to know where Anna has seen this. But let's go with it and say it's true, okay? So, Drew, Kevin Owens leave. Disappointing, but if they're not going to re-sign, there's not much WWE can do, okay? So, if WWE go, here's a load of money, we'd love to sign you again, and they go, nah, we're not really keen on how we've been used, and we go, well, we could use you a bit better. I mean, it is pretty crowded, but we can talk about it, and they're like, nah, I'd rather go. What can you do? You know, what can you do? All you can do is offer them money and offer them like guarantees of like, well, we'll do this, we'll do that. But to be honest, are you going to guarantee Kevin or Drew like the main event of WrestleMania? You're not, are you? Are you going to guarantee them the main event of SummerSlam? You're not, are you? We've got Roman, we've got Cody, we've got Rock, we've got CM Punk, there's Seth Rollins, like. If they want to be at that level and they're disappointed they're not, to be honest, I don't know what we can do, because we could use them like in main events of B shows and we can put them in top stories. But I mean, we've just done Drew and Seth for the world title, so he's been involved around the world title. So I mean, like, you could say to Drew, well, we'll put you in a program with Cody when Cody wins the title. But I mean, look, the bottom line is, if they ain't gonna re-sign, there's not much you can do, right? Yeah, other than here's a load of money and here's some like creative ideas. So not much we can do with that. Braun, I don't mind if he goes. He doesn't do it for me. He's a monster that is very one-dimensional. I really like him as a person. I met him as a lovely, lovely guy, but there's been no character development, and he is like, get these hands and just runs around the outside. He's like a friendly giant, and it's just not working. Like, I think if he was maybe a heel and could cut some killer promos, like maybe he needs a manager, or I don't know. It'd be a shame to just give up on him, to be honest. But we gave up on him before. Don't forget, he got released before and then got brought back. So if Triple H has brought him back and gone, oh yeah, actually no, it's not working, then, you know, he's already been released once before. So if Braun ends up going, I would say a real shame. I think creative should be disappointed they couldn't find him a mouthpiece. They couldn't make him a monster. They couldn't give him some character depth. They couldn't give him some vignettes. I mean, I thought he was good when he was tipping stuff over, like the ambulance and whatever. It went a bit far when he was doing the production truck, which weighs tons and tons, you know? Like, that was a bit like, what the flip? I mean, cars and things like ambulances. Even an ambulance is out there, but it's a lot more believable than a flipping truck. So Braun is someone that I think there is something there, but we've just never been able to find it. I loved him when he was the black sheep in the Wyatt family, like being like the silent monster in a faction. That might be the best way forward for him. But rather than sitting here and trying to come up with ideas, if creative don't think they can, and creative think that it's done, then, you know, well, so be it. But that's it then. If Braun has to go, he has to go. Viking Raiders. I like Ivar, actually. I really like Ivar. I would be shocked if they got rid of Ivar. If they get rid of Eric and maybe Valhalla, maybe I wouldn't be too surprised. But if they kept Ivar, because he's done some really good stuff on his own, I would be disappointed. Eric, I don't think brings a great deal, to be honest. I think he is, dare I say, the Marty Jannetty of that team. I like Valhalla. I think there's something there, but there's only so many times that Viking Raiders can lose, and she can say, I'm working with the gods, and it not work. Do you know what I mean? There's only so many times she can talk to the spirits, and then the Viking Raiders lose, and she looks an idiot. So they've kind of botched it for her. And Eric's fine. He's a perfectly fine wrestler, but Ivar, I think, is somewhat special. So if the Viking Raiders left, I would be disappointed about Ivar. Ivar is someone I would look to keep. Shayna Baszler, she's getting on in age a little bit, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but when you look at some of the young talent that's coming through, we've not figured out really how to make Shayna as good as she was in NXT. You know, I mean, she's in NXT with the people she was down there with, she was a big fish in a small pond. Now she's gone to the main roster, she's a little fish in a big pond, and like all of a sudden you got Asuka, you've got Becky, you've got Charlotte, you got Bayley, you got Bianca, you've got, you know, all these women around. Io obviously has emerged as well, Rhea Ripley, of course, like all these women, and like Shayna's just not, she don't feel the same, does she? And to be honest, that kind of legitimate wrestling grappling style, it doesn't translate very well. WWE fans just don't really care about that. They didn't care about Ronda. Didn't care about Timothy Thatcher. They don't really care about that, like, real mat-based, like, submissions, grappling, you know, like proper holds. That's not really, WWE fans aren't programmed to be into that stuff. They're programmed to be into the flipping moonsaults to the outside, the suicide dives, the crossbody onto a load of people that fall over. Like, you know, the power bomb suplex type moves. This is what WWE fans pop for. They don't pop for like sleeper holds and choking people out on the ground or whatever. So I sort of feel like, yeah, she probably is struggling. So if she ended up going, then, you know, so be it. I think I could see her going, actually. I could see her going. Who else do we got? Ricochet. I'd be surprised if they got rid of him, just because I think he's good for social media. I think he's reached his limit. I don't see him being a world champion. I could see him being a mid-card champ or a tag team guy. I think he's someone that's good for house shows. I think if Ricochet was to go, it's probably because he wants more, and he wants to see what would happen if he went to AEW, or he wants to go back to New Japan or something like that. I would be surprised if WWE got rid of him, just because those moments where, you know, it's him and Logan and they're colliding midair or whatever it might be, in this social media world where you've got like little clips, TikTok video things, you know, short YouTube shorts, whatever, Ricochet's perfect for those. It's perfect because he can just do these like acrobatic things, very impressive things, which then people, like, you know, click on and like and share and blah 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 blah. So as much as Ricochet doesn't really do it for me in ring, like, I think he's a good talent who I think is not being used well. I think that if there was like a cruiserweight championship, a light heavyweight championship, and we could really put him in a match with Rey Mysterio, or put him in a match with AJ Styles and have like a good competitive division, you know, like the X division in TNA or the Cruiserweight division in WCW. If we had something like that, I think Ricochet would shine. But in this mixed world of like giants battling away with smaller guys and whatever, Ricochet just tends to get a bit lost. I mean, how the flip's he meant to get past a Gunther? How's he meant to beat a Gunther? How's he meant to beat a Roman Reigns? Like, I sort of feel like it's difficult for the smaller guys, you know? It's hard for the smaller guys. Even Ray struggled for a lot of his career and then, you know, got some big moments, big wins, and became like this legend. But even he's struggled against a lot of these bigger guys, not having a cruiserweight belt, an X division or something like that. So I'd be surprised if he went. I wouldn't be gutted if he went. I'd just be surprised if he went. Gallows and Anderson probably should be gone already. I mean, what the flip do they bring? I've never been a fan. Wasn't a fan the first time. Not a fan this time. I don't see what they bring. I find them dull. I can't name any good Gallows and Anderson WWE matches. I'm not saying there haven't been. I'm just saying I can't name any because none of their matches have stuck in my mind. And I had high hopes for when we restarted the OC, and certainly when we added Mia Yim, I thought that was going to be something good, but it just, I don't know. We've just run out of ideas. We just don't seem to know what to do with them. And to be honest, I don't know why. I don't know why we've struggled. I mean, we could have done like some Bullet Club type thing, right? Which I think is what the OC was meant to be. But the OC is such a bad name, right? Such a bad name. You've got Bullet Club is cool, right? That's just a cool name. And their shirts were cool. And the Too Sweet callbacks, and they were cool, right? The OC, you're off to a loser straight away. It sucks. It reminds me of that show, which was called The OC, which was like some teen drama thing, right? It's rubbish. It needs a different name. They need to be on TV more regular. They need to have some funny segments or some engaging segments or just segments, right? And maybe we could do something. But again, if creative are like, we just haven't got anything, well, so be it, you know. So yeah, I mean, a lot of these names, to be honest, like Viking Raiders, Shayna, Braun, Gallows and Anderson, there is talent there, but they need creative to shine. You know, if you think about someone like LA Knight, right? LA Knight, I don't give him loads of praise. I'm not a massive LA Knight fan. I'm not an LA Knight hater, but I do think that what we've seen has been like really blown out of proportion. But LA Knight to me is someone who clearly has got charisma, clearly can talk, and even though he wasn't given good creative, he got himself over, right? These people, Viking Raiders, Shayna, Gallows and Anderson, right? They don't have that ability. They don't have the ability, seemingly, to get themselves over regardless of the creative they're given. Now, granted, LA Knight was an exception because, I mean, that was crazy how over he got, right? So, like, that was an exception. But, yeah, these are names that I would say are probably all in that same pot. They're all in that same mix of not being able to get themselves over. Ricochet, I think, is someone that's eye-catching and I think impresses, but I don't think he gets himself over. I don't think people care about Ricochet. I don't know that if Ricochet's not on the show, is anyone going to chant for him, right? Are you going to hear Ricochet chants? Have you ever seen anyone go, oh, I hope Ricochet's on the show tonight, right? He does these eye-catching moves which look good on TikToks and you go, wow, that's impressive. But his matches, most of the time, don't have an emotional connection. This is the problem with the flips. When people are flipping all over the place, it looks good. I don't give a flip. I don't care, right? I don't care. Like, it doesn't make me root for them because they can do flips. Like, some people have kind of lost their way a little bit with wrestling. And about, like, MJF, I think, is very good at doing what needs to be done to have that connection with the crowd and maintain that connection with the crowd. And, you know, he's constantly looking to the fans. He's got his kangaroo kick thing. He's got little, like, catchphrases. He's our scumbag. Blah, 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 blah. He's got lots of little things that he does and knows to do to maintain that connection with the fans and get the fans invested. Just being able to do cartwheels, backflips, stuff like that, it might look good, but it doesn't make fans like feel that connection, right? Doesn't make fans have that bond. And so for me, Ricochet is a victim of that, guilty of that. He's got all of the eye-catching, impressive flips, but he doesn't have the ability to have the fans really care for him and have the fans like chant for him when he's not on the show, or have fans go, oh, I really hope this mystery person is going to be Ricochet, right? Because I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but that's because he loses all the time. But if you look at LA Knight, he was losing all the time. Do you remember when Bray and The Undertaker Raw 30 like came down and beat up LA Knight, right? I mean, he was getting buried. He lost the pitch black match. He got jumped on by Uncle Howdy. He got attacked by Undertaker. He was left off the WrestleMania cards. So you can't say that it's because Ricochet's losing that he doesn't have that connection with the fans, because LA Knight was losing, but he got a connection with the fans. It can be done. It can be done. It's just Ricochet ain't done it, right? Seemingly can't do it. So I like Ricochet. I would keep him around. I think he's a good person to have on the cards. But yeah, there's work that needs to be done there. He needs to find a way of having that connection with the fans. I really liked the fact that we leaned into the Samantha Irvin relationship. I think we should have done more than that. We should have gone back to that relationship more, because I actually think that's something that makes him quite special. You know, people love Samantha Irvin, and the fact that he's in a relationship with her, we definitely could have got some mileage out of that. But we didn't for some reason. We just did it for the one Logan Paul match, and that was it, which I think was a mistake. We should have gone back to it a bit more. So I think we've covered all of those. And then the final one would be Alexa Bliss. Now, if Alexa Bliss was to go, I think that would be because of her rather than Triple H. Because Alexa Bliss is someone that does have a connection with the fans. She's got a lot of stan accounts that really like her. She is not quite to my taste. I was not a fan of the Playground Alexa. I wasn't a fan of her with Bray. I wasn't a fan of Lily, right? I like the Goddess, but all the Lily stuff and Bray stuff and everything, no, right? Didn't like it. Not a fan of it. Playground Alexa sucked, right? It was bad and just rubbish and nonsensical and didn't do it for me, right? But it did it for a lot of other people, right? Just because I'm saying it didn't do it for me and it's not something I enjoyed, it did it for a lot of other people. There's a lot of people on social media that desperately want Alexa to come back, and they stan the fact she's had a kid and stan the fact that she's married now and blah, 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 right? So clearly she's got fans. Clearly, right? She does. And she has done some good stuff. Like, I liked her as the Goddess. I thought that was good. And I think that there is definitely... She's shown enough where I can see there is a talent there, right? She's a good-looking girl, and she can wrestle, and she is very committed. I mean, one thing I will say about Playground Alexa is I didn't like it, but she really gave it her all. Like, she threw herself into that 110%, and I really respect that. I do respect that. And man, did she sell Lily dolls, right? So, like, she shifted them things. So I've got to think that if that one was not going to happen, I've got to think that it would be a case that it would be because she's had a kid and she wants to maybe settle down now. She's made her money. She's done everything she wants to do. Now she just... I could see that as well, you know. Being a mom can, like, you know, change women and men. And I think she is someone that's always struck me as being about Disney and family and princesses. And I can't see her having a kid and being like, right, I've got to get back to wrestling. See you later. You know? I know the kid can go on the road, but I just think that Alexa potentially would just want to just live every day with that kid, you know, just go to Disney World and just take the kid places and not have to worry about wrestling. She is made her money, I'm sure. She's married to someone who's made money, I'm sure. Like, he was in a band. I don't know the band, but he was in a band. And I can't imagine they're hurting for money, right? I really don't think they are. So, you know, does she now look at it and think, what do I want to do now? I just want to spend time with my kid. So I think that one would probably be for that reason. I don't think it would be that WWE see her as excess. Because even if that Playground Alexa thing wasn't brilliant, in my opinion, she was still doing what she was asked, and she did it brilliantly to the best of her ability. And if we go back before that, I thought the Goddess stuff was good. I thought that was probably the best she was. So there is someone there that is committed, that is credible, that's got a fan base, that gives 110%. I can't see why WWE would want to lose Alexa. I cannot see that. That, for me, would have to be that she just wants to be with her family now. So I don't know if some of those takes will be controversial. I don't know. I don't think so. I think, like, you know, there's talent there, but if a lot of them were to go, I think just understand. I would be okay. Yeah, I get it. I understand. I understand why we're parting ways with some of these people. Because there is a lot of good talent coming through. Trick Williams, man, it's going to be a big star. Trick, I mean, look at the reactions he's getting. I've high hopes for him. People love Carmelo. I love Ilya. You've got Bron Breakker. You know, Lyra Valkyria's doing some great work. People love Cora Jade. They love Roxanne Perez. You've got a lot of good NXT talent coming through. And I would say anyone that's struggling now is probably only going to struggle even more when this new talent arrives. I don't think they're going to find more opportunity when it's going to be an even crowded locker room. So if you're struggling now, I don't know that it's going to get any better. So a bit of a long-winded answer, but I love Anna. And I will always give long-winded answers to Anna. But I don't know if she said where it was mentioned. But I would love to read the article. Will said, my sister literally saw Alexa at Disney. Well, I could believe she's got a house there. She probably lives in the kingdom. In that big castle. That's probably where she resides. You can actually stay in that, you know. There is apparently a room in that castle that you can stay in. It's not something that is open to everyone. I think it's like an invite-only situation. It's a very one room, very limited, special, you know, kind of a situation. But apparently that you can stop in it. There's another secret room as well on the main street at Magic Kingdom. There was a club or something, which was, I think, the only place that served alcohol back in the day. I don't know if that's changed now, but there was a club and it was only for the employees. And that, I believe, has got a room in it as well. I was watching, like, the Secrets of Disney type videos. I love those kind of Secrets of videos. And there was one about the Secrets of Disney in Florida. It's been a good few years since I've seen it, so I may be remembering some of that wrong. But I'm fairly confident that's true, that you can actually stay in that room in the castle. And there was a club that had alcohol, and it's just a doorway. And apparently kind of goes upstairs and everything, so... PS3 Mason, shout out to you, said, Days, I got a question. Win the Rumble and you get to pick who you face at Mania. Winning the Chamber doesn't give you the choice, does it? So Cody must win the Rumble to get Roman. Well, no, because if he wins the Chamber and the Chamber is the winner faces Roman, then obviously he can get to Roman that way. So he could win the Chamber if Punk wins the Rumble and chooses Seth, well, then that means that we may do an Elimination Chamber to find Roman's opponent. So Cody could win the Chamber and then go on to face Roman. I said I wouldn't do any of that. I would have Punk win the Rumble. I would then have the Chamber not be to face Roman, and I would then do like a gauntlet match or something of that ilk, a battle royal, right? Whatever, however you want to do it, on SmackDown, where the winner will go on to face Roman. Some people might go, oh, what, SmackDown? But yeah, SmackDown, because ratings are a thing and they're important, right? So you could have a massive SmackDown where we're going to figure out who Roman's opponent is, right? Imagine that, an amazing Friday night, lovely. And do it so that Cody is like a mystery person that gets added to it. And then he could win that and then go on to face Roman. So Punk could win the Rumble and go and face Seth. Chambers could be for nothing to do with Roman, and then it's like, well, who faces Roman? Well, we'll do a gauntlet match on SmackDown about a month before WrestleMania. Winner will go on to face Roman, however you want to do it. Mystery person, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes comes in, wins the gauntlet, boom, lovely, right? If you don't like that, you could do it as a battle royal. I don't give a flip. You could come up with a fatal 4-way, fatal 5-way, 6-pack challenge, 20 people in the ring, everyone in the world fighting. I don't care, right? But I love making it as hard as possible for Cody. And I think a lot of people are thinking that he'll win the Rumble, right? Well, if he doesn't, then people are going, oh, well, he'll win the Chamber. Okay, well, what if he doesn't? What then? What then? And I like that. I like that. I like the idea of us getting past the Rumble and getting past the Elimination Chamber and Cody still not being in that match, right? I like that. So I would look to go that way. Wrestle with Andy said, what if Cody makes a drastic change the night after winning the title, like forming a faction or turning heel to keep things fresh? Well, I think that is a very good point, because as we said earlier, when someone wins the title, it doesn't feel the same. So it's a really good point where something happens, something changes. It's a little bit like when Roman came back, and like Roman was back, was all super excited. Roman came back, and then we got that moment where the camera panned over and there was Paul Heyman, and we were like, oh my God, everything just changed. And it really did. It really did. That moment where the camera pans over and Heyman is sat next to Roman, I think we knew in that moment everything had changed, and it was one of those, oh my God, everything has changed type moments. I don't know that we knew it was going to be what followed, right? And what has followed is history, cinema, right? The bloodline. So, yeah, do you know, it's not a bad shout where Cody wins the title, and then the next night on Raw, as you just said, something happens that gives us that, oh my God, everything just changed moment again. I like that. I really like that. As you said, to keep it fresh. I don't know that I would turn him heel, to be honest, because I sort of feel like there would be so much goodwill towards him for finishing that story. I think people would want to enjoy that for a bit, you know? People would want to enjoy that. People would want to root for him, and I don't know that people would want to boo him too quickly, you know? It would be a bit like Daniel Bryan the night after WrestleMania 30 turning heel, and all of a sudden it might make you look back on what had happened and sour it a little bit, you know, like, oh man, I can't believe we rooted for this guy. All of a sudden you'd start regretting cheering for him, and then that might make you look back on that moment with a bit of sort of like, it would cloud it a bit. So I definitely wouldn't look to go the heel road, but I sort of like the faction road or something along those lines. And anything that can make us go, oh my God, everything just changed. Everything just changed. Whatever that could be. Whatever that could be. But yeah, something like that. Sign me up. Mitchell, shout out to you. Said, Days, you're talking Club 33. Here we go. I knew Mitchell would know. He lives in the Florida area, and by Florida area, I mean Florida. You're talking about Club 33. To join, you need 33k up front. Oh, I thought it was for staff. You're saying that it's like a members club. 15,000 annually. And for the Cinderella Castle stay, you need to bid on it. Last I saw, it was a 10k bid to spend the night. Well, do you know what? 10k, I don't think that's bad. I know that might sound crazy, like, what? You don't think 10k is bad? No, because you're talking about something that's once in a lifetime that really no one else is ever going to get a chance to do. I mean, you are talking about, if you are a Disney freak, like, that's got to be the pinnacle, is it not? That's got to be the biggest, best thing you can do. Pictures of you spending the night sleeping in Cinderella's castle. Like, every time you see it on the Disney films, you'll be like, I stayed there. And you'd have all the pictures. And so, like, 10k is a lot of money, but it is, I mean, it's one of those once in a lifetime. You know, I used to, when I was at work, I used to save up £1,000 to go to Florida, and then I'd have like £1,000 spending. So I'd have to save up like just over 2,000 when I was a sales assistant in a retail job. Took me a while to save that money, of course, but I had to save that money so I could go to Florida and have some spending money when I was there, right? And that was, you know, back in the day, £2,000. I mean, that's £2,000, probably nearly 20 years ago as well. So I don't know what that would be in this day and age. But so 10,000 to spend the night in the castle doesn't strike me as too bad, right? And certainly, I ain't got money, but Alexa's got money. So for Alexa, I don't even know if she'd notice 10k going, to be honest. That's probably like a day at the shops for Alexa Bliss. You know, she would have been getting paid $500,000, 750,000 a year, something like that. Maybe $1 million, but I don't think so. I think it'd probably be more like the 700,000, 500,000 range. I think when they first get brought up, it's around the 200,000 range for a wrestler. And like, you know, if you're like Roman, you're on like 10 million, something like that. But I think for someone like Alexa, I'd be feeling about $500,000, something like that. 600,000, 700,000. That would be my ballpark guess. So if she was getting that every year, and maybe she's made some good investments, 10k. That for your dream night. I mean, yeah, that's not too bad. But that Club 33, you got to pay 30. See, this is mental. 10k to spend the night in the castle, amazing. Or to go to a club in Disney, right? Who gives it? I don't know what happens there, but I mean, there are other clubs. 33k up front, and then 15,000 every year. What do they do in that place? Are there videos on it, Club 33? I think a lot of people right now are jotting down Club 33. Google Club 33. Yeah. Mitchell, I knew Mitchell would know. Mitchell, shout out to you. Stand and Fight said, Days, what are your thoughts on Bayley winning the Rumble? Love it. Going on to WrestleMania? Love it. With the help of Damage Control, taking the title from Rhea. Oh, no. I would have a go up against Io. So we've done a lot of teasing of Bayley being pushed out of Damage Control, and that kind of got put on hold. Don't really know why. It sort of felt like we were pushing her out, like she weren't even allowed to come down to ringside, and now all of a sudden everything's a bit better. I don't think it's going to take long for us to go back to her being pushed out. Won't take us long to go back to her being, like, you know, removed from that group. And imagine the drama if she wins the Rumble, and like some of the dirty looks there'll be when she has to figure out like who she's going to pick, you know. I love the idea that she's like, no, guys, come on. Of course I'm going to pick Rhea. Of course I'm going after Rhea. Like, of course, that clearly I'm going to do that. And then, like, the group are, like, start taking her for granted. Like, okay, we don't need to worry about that. And they start mistreating her. Start saying, stay here. We don't want you at ringside, blah, 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 blah. Right? And maybe at some point it comes to blows. Perhaps Io slaps her or something. You know, Bayley starts, like, maybe Bayley comes down when she's not supposed to, you know? And Io backstage starts ranting and raving and actually ends up slapping Bayley. I could see it being a case where Bayley, you know, big bombshell, big moment. Io, I'll see you at WrestleMania. I'll definitely go that way. Definitely go that way. I think Rhea Becky feels like the match for Mania for Rhea. And I think Io Bayley. So, yeah, I'm totally down for Bayley winning the Rumble. But I would tell the story of her and Io. And I would personally go that way. I love that moment. Maybe it's a bit predictable, but I think if done well, it could still really be good. Where, you know, she's like, guys, I'm totally going after Rhea. And then they take that for granted. And then they start to just treat her the way they were treating her before. And, of course, you know, she has got the ability to say, well, I changed my mind. I'll see you, you know. I'll see you at WrestleMania. I don't know that we've seen that, actually. Because she could call out Rhea. And we could start the ball rolling with that. And we could even do a segment or so on Raw, right? This is what makes Damage Control think, right, done. She's cashed it in, right, whatever. Have we ever seen it where that person has then changed their mind, right? And actually switched opponents? I don't think we have, but why couldn't she? Why couldn't she? As long as no contract has been signed, and I think as long as, like, Nick Aldis, like, says, yeah, no contract was signed, you can change. We hadn't got round to doing the contracts. So if you want to have Io, I'll get the contracts drawn up. And that's it. It's done, isn't it? So Damage Control are like, what? That could be pretty fun, man. That could be pretty fun. I would look to go that way. Shane STS79, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're excited for Raw. How long we got? We got 18 minutes. 18 minutes. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, we spoke for like an hour and 40, and I mean, I don't even know what we spoke about. We've just been chatting, to be honest. I feel, do you know what? With these streams, I really feel like this is us down the pub. This is exactly what it would be like if we were in a pub and we were just like, we had a few drinks and we were like, what would we do for WrestleMania, or what will we do with Bayley, or what's going to happen here, or what have you heard? Or like Anna jumps in, she's like, oh, I've heard such and such, what do you think about this? And it's like, you know, we just chuck stuff around. This should be a pub setting, actually. I wonder if there is a pub setting. I need to find a pub. That might be a bit too like JD though, mightn't it? I think he's got like a pub, has he? Has he not? Has he got a pub? Yeah, no, let's not do that. I don't want to step on other people's toes, but it does feel that way. Like, you know, these are the kind of conversations we would definitely be having. That's probably why he's got that background then. That's probably why, isn't it? Because he's got that same sort of mentality of like, he's having conversations and just talking, whatever, and it's like being in a bar, being in a pub. I don't really watch JD from New York, to be honest. No shade on him. I don't know if he's good or bad or whatever, right? I don't get a chance to watch. I'm always doing videos, you know. We've always done like a video afterwards, and we'll do one again tonight. So once we're done with this stream, we'll do a unseen video. And then, as I said, tomorrow, even though we've spoke a lot about it here, I'll try and put a lot of these thoughts, and maybe some other thoughts that we've not discussed about Roman, Cody, WrestleMania, Elimination Chamber, blah, 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 blah. We'll put all that into a video. We'll put that out there tomorrow. And we'll do Wrestling Escape Pods, which is our podcast on the Wrestling Escape Pod channel. And we'll do, of course, NXT. So, busy day tomorrow as well. Love it. It's lovely having a voice again. Oh, so underrated having a voice. James said, a Rumble win is the only thing that's left for Bayley to do in WWE. Let's give it to her. Oh, and also main event WrestleMania. I don't think she's done that yet. She won't do it this year, but it would be nice to see her get that, to be honest. I think she's someone that deserves that, to main event WrestleMania. There's quite a few women, actually, that I think deserve it, you know. Bianca's done it. Charlotte's done it. Becky's done it. Sasha's done it. But Rhea has yet to do it. Bayley has yet to do it. I'd say they're the top two that need to get that job done. So, but as I said, it won't be this year because it's going to be CM Punk definitely on night one, I would imagine. And then Roman Rock or Roman Cody, or Roman Rock and Cody, however it goes, you know. So I can't see the women main event in this year, but it doesn't matter. Still means that she's got something to achieve. Big Time said there's rumors making the rounds that Raw is going to Amazon. If you're a fellow American, pay for Peacock, Amazon, and keep cable subscription for SmackDown on USA. It's a big ask from WWE to its fan base. Big Time, I hope you're doing well. So that Amazon thing is a load of rubbish. The Amazon thing is Sean put a tweet out and it said, like, this is the latest prediction from the Sports Journal, right? And I went to the Sports Journal and I read the article, and the article is, I might even have it actually. I think I was reading it just before, so that's how I know. I've got it here. I didn't even know I had it. Look at this. Sports Business Journal. So this is the article that was referenced. So, Sports Media 2024 predictions. One final look into the sports media crystal ball, right? So, here they're talking about, here are my best guesses about 2024, right? Whoever this dude is. So, he's just guessing as to what's going to happen. NBA signs, blah, 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 blah. ESPN take control of the NFL network. Look at Amazon lands NFL playoff game. ESPN doesn't blah, blah, blah. ESPN secures blah, blah, blah. It's just some dude that's just predicting. Here's the bit I've highlighted. Look, Amazon picks up WWE rights. So it's all of 3 sentences. Amazon gets WWE Raw rights to keep the series on Monday nights. This hits an audience of young males, a demo where Amazon believes it sees growth in Prime subscriptions, plus it gives the company another night of live programming on Prime Video. That is it. So there's nothing here that says it's happening. There's nothing here that's like sources are indicating that it's going that way or that this is the likely outcome. Nothing like that. It's literally just this boomer who's just doing some predictions for lots of different sports and lots of different things. And he's gone, do you know what? Raw, I think it'll go to Amazon. I know they're looking at doing blah, blah, blah. But it just doesn't look like it's based on anything. So it just looks like it's the same as you or me sitting here going, well, Amazon would like some live programming. I think they'll get Raw. And it's like, well, what are you basing that on? So yeah, I saw that as well. I wanted to know if there was like anything to it, and I mean, yeah, there wasn't, was there? So I don't know where the favorite is, to be honest. I don't know who's going to pick up Raw, but I think there's a few people that are in for it. The Warner Brothers Discovery conversation's quite interesting. We'll have to see if anything comes of that. Disney were in for it as well, we know. I'm sure Amazon are sniffing around, but it's going to come down to so many different things. It's not just about who offers the most money, we've said before. They've got to have projections as to what they think the viewing figures are going to be like on each of these platforms. There's got to be an expectation. What we expect this many based on this, and this, you know? And so what would that number be on Amazon, you know? What would an Amazon number look like for Raw? Would it be up? Would it be down? I don't know. I have no idea. And people have told me that when sports have gone on there, it's actually not done well. It's not been good. The numbers haven't been good. So that would indicate that Raw numbers would decrease. So that would have to be factored in. That would have to be factored in. The fact that you're going to a platform that's going to attract less viewers, right? That would have to be factored in financially. So, you know, if Amazon are going to say, oh, we'll give you 10 million a year more, but you're going to end up with 200,000 less viewers, well, what impact does that have? It probably has. Maybe, does it have 10 million effect? If you think about t-shirts and ticket sales and blah, 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 all the knock-on effects, like, you know, that has to be like some pretty hefty number crunching. So, don't know. We'll have to wait and see where they end up. Big Time said SmackDown did 2.4 on Friday. Very good. Highest since September. A great week for WWE with Raw doing 1.7, NXT doing 768, and SmackDown 2.4. Imagine Rock Roman builds and the interest be huge. Huge. David said, I'm here for every stream and I'm coming in from Scotland. David, shout out to you. Who do you think should take the belt from Roman? I don't think The Rock, says David. Oh, I think Cody. I think Cody is the perfect person to do it. I'm a big Sammy stan, right? And I really wanted Sammy to do it last year, but he didn't, and that's fine. I agree. He is not the face of the company. I think he's someone that could definitely get Seth's belt. I thought that because of the story, Sammy at the time would have made sense. That I think we could have made work. They decided not to do that, and in all fairness, they've got another 12 months at least out of Roman's title reign. I would say that it's felt a little less engaging post Sammy compared to when Sammy was in the bloodline. I wouldn't say that last year was really a fantastic year for Roman. I mean, you know, it was okay. It was okay. It was, I think he has like 11 matches. Title match. I don't even think all of them were title matches, actually. I think it was just 11 matches and that was it. And he definitely had a tag match because we saw him go up against Kevin and Sammy. So I think there may even have been another tag match in there. So I don't know how many title defenses, but it felt very thin. But either way, you know, it was what it was. I think the Bloodline story definitely felt like it lost a bit of steam last year. But the whole Rock thing has just totally reinvigorated it again anyway, so it doesn't matter. But Cody just feels like the perfect person. He is like the #1 merch seller for last year. He is a Rhodes. He's got to finish the story. You've got the emotion of Dusty and him trying to finish that story. Him leaving because of him being Stardust and not being where he wanted to be on the card. Going away, working hard in New Japan, setting up AEW or helping set it up. Coming back. That moment at WrestleMania. Blah, 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 blah. Right? The injury. Which obviously was quite iconic with Hell in a Cell, and then him coming back and failing last year. And I mean, it's been a hell of a ride. A lot of people only look at since he came back, but I always look at like his first run as well, be Stardust, because that is part of his story. Of course it is. It's the same person. So how amazing that he was stuck in the mid card with a character that just wasn't doing it. And then he found a way of going away and coming back higher up the card, and it worked. And now to the point where he is so popular and the kids love him, and he gives out the weight belts, and he's promising to be people's best man at weddings. I don't know if you saw that clip. And you know, the kids love him. He's got that connection with the kids that like Cena had, you know. They love Cody. The kids have really took to Cody. So he feels like the perfect person to me. I think it's got to be him. He's got to finish the story. People want him to finish the story. He's a Rhodes, and it's fun because like the casual fans love him, and they love what he's brought, and the wrestling fans love him. because he's been around so long and he's a Rhodes. And we followed his story from the moment he first arrived, and legacy, and dashing Cody Rhodes, and Stardust, and New Japan, and AEW, and coming back, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, I can't really make an argument for anyone else, to be honest. I don't think it should be Punk, because I think Punk is a big star anyway, is a former world champion anyway. He is breaking records and creating buzz anyway. Like, Punk is like, he's not The Rock, right? He's kind of around that Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels level for me. So he's not Stone Cold, The Rock, Cena, blah, blah, blah. He's that next level down. But he is already a bona fide massive star. He is someone that has been there, done it, got the t-shirt, former WWE champion. It's CM Punk, right? People, we've been talking about him for 10 years, waiting for him to come back, and he finally did, and then broke social media records, which then ended up getting broken just a few weeks later, thanks to The Rock on Monday last week. So I sort of feel like he don't need it. You don't need it. You don't need to be the one, right? Could he be bigger? Sure. But he, I think, has got a different path. And it seems like that path is Seth Rollins. Cody is the one that has never won a world title. Had only main evented WrestleMania for the first time last year. And had never won the Rumble until last year. And so he's doing all this stuff for the first time. Like, first time winning a Rumble, first time main event in WrestleMania. When he gets the title, it'll be his first WWE World title, right? He is experiencing a lot of firsts, and I think for him to also benefit from being the one that worked out the Rubik's Cube, that's huge for him. That's huge for him. I don't know that Cody is in that level of Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels. I don't think he is. I don't think he's got there yet. I think he gets there, but I don't think he's there yet. And that's why him being the one to beat Roman's important, because it would help him get to that level. I don't know that that alone will do it, but it will help him get to that level. Whew. Charlie, shout out to you, said maybe they keep the title on Roman until September or October. That's when Dustin's contract is up. He should be present and involved with Cody when he wins the title. Yeah, well, the other thing as well is that I think that would then mean that Roman beats Hogan's records. So, yes, you could look at that. I don't disagree that Dustin should be involved. I'd love for Dustin to be involved. I get the feeling, though, that if Dustin really wanted to be involved, I get the feeling he could. If Dustin really cared and really wanted to be involved, I can't see why he can't have a word with Tony Khan and say, can I get out of my contract? Because I want to be there for my brother when he wins that title in WWE. Tony is a nice guy. Maybe too nice at times, but he is a nice guy. And he let William Regal out of his contract go back to be with Regal's son, Charlie. And I think if Dustin said that to Tony, I think Tony would let him go. I would be shocked to find out that he had requested out of his contract and Tony Khan had turned it down. I'd be shocked to hear that. And who knows, maybe Dustin doesn't want to disrespect Tony or AEW or do that kind of a thing. So perhaps he doesn't want to ask. But if he really wanted to get out of it, I think he could. So it does just make me question a little bit as to, does Dustin really want to be there? I think he does. And I think he loves Cody. But does he want to be there in that moment more than he wants to be in AEW? If AEW offered Dustin a backstage role, would he accept that? I think he might. I think I get the impression he is quite into the AEW project. I get the impression that he's kind of enjoying whatever it is he does. I mean, I know he wrestles, but I think he does have other responsibilities. And I think he's sort of found a bit of a place for himself, you know? I think he's sort of found something that I don't know he thought he would find. Before AEW came along, I don't know what he was thinking his future was going to look like, but I think he's found something that he really enjoys. So it does just make me ponder as to whether when October, November comes around, if he would go just to be there for Cody in that moment, or will AEW look to use him and his experience maybe in a producer role or something like this, backstage? I could see them doing that. I could see them keeping him around in like that kind of a role. So this is where it gets a bit tricky. Like, do you delay it just for Dustin? I don't know that you do, to be honest. And I really don't care about Roman breaking the records. Hogan's record, I've said before, who cares if Roman is 5th or 4th or 3rd on a list? Doesn't make any difference. He ain't going to be first. So if you're 5th or 4th or 3rd, who cares? Doesn't make any difference to me. We are seeing Cody actually backstage, smile on his face. Love that graphic. American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes against Shinsuke Nakamura, and it's that kind of anime manga. Oh, hello. Drew McIntyre is in the ring. Okay, straight in, no entrance. Last week's match was all or nothing. I needed that title, and as you can see, I don't have the title. Okay, so we're starting with a Drew promo. I was so overzealous, I put his foot on the rope, and it cost me the damn match. Maybe Seth has been right. Maybe Sammy has been right. Maybe the only person holding Drew McIntyre back is Drew McIntyre. I need to step away from WWE for a while. Crowd are booing. This has been a lifelong dream. Wait, Drew. Damian Priest cost you the match. Drew said, why didn't you just wait for me to win and I'd be a weakened target? Cody has got magical political powers. He's talking about Jay being moved over and Kevin going over to SmackDown and... Maybe I should leave for 9 years, then I'll get Hero's reception when I return. Oh, wow. Wow. CM Punk is coming out. So Drew takes a shot at Punk, saying maybe I should go for 9 years. And then I'll get Hero's reception when I return. He was trying to continue with his promo, but Punk's like, nah, I ain't having that. And he comes walking out. So CM Punk is coming out right at the start of the show. Let's go. It's a pretty hot way to start the show. I love the fact there was no intro for Drew. He spoke about stepping away from WWE for a while, but I didn't feel like he really milked that enough. Because the crowd started like booing as if like, no, don't go, don't go. And then he quite quickly moved on to, nah, like, I'm not going to do that because it dawned on me. I didn't actually lose the match. Damian Priest cashed in and he cost me. I think he could have milked that a little more, but maybe it's a time thing. Perhaps we're a bit, you know, lots to fit in tonight. We haven't got time for milking, right? Either way, CM Punk's in the ring. Andrew said, never cared for Drew. I just don't see how people look forward to him talking or wrestling. He is capable of some really good stuff. His matches with Sheamus have been fantastic. His triple threat with Gunther was, you know, fantastic. I'm disappointed you didn't wear the kilt. Piper was known for talking. CM Punk is known for talking. I'll stand over here. If you've got anything to say, you can say it to my face. Punk lies on the top rope. There's a little smile on Drew's face. CM Punk chants. Not sure how I feel about him lying on the top rope. He's just living his best life, isn't he? He's just living his best life. Congratulations. We're just over a month and you're still here. I've got a bet going in the back. You're costing a lot of people a lot of money the longer you stick around. Drew said he's got a bet going in the back. I love that. I love that. Just kicking up his feet. Who owns this ring? Punk does, said AF Chris. Cynthia, hello. I've got to work early. I'm covering my co-worker. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, bud, but hope you have a good day regardless. I know the real CM Punk. Okay. Do you remember when you was champ? I'm loving this from Drew. Drew said I needed a leader. CM Punk used to walk in the locker room and say he was the locker room leader. Drew said I needed a leader. I was a kid. I had personal issues. My career was in a tailspin. I love this from Drew. You saw me as a threat. Randy couldn't help me because he had his own demons. You didn't have any demons. You are a demon. I love CM Punk's face in the corner. I mean, if I'm CM Punk, I'm like, cry me a river. I mean, that's a great line anyway because of the AEW thing, but cry me a river, Drew. If you got to the big time and couldn't hang, that ain't my fault. Drew jumps over in the corner. He puts his feet up on the top rope as well, mimicking what CM Punk just did. I led by example, said CM Punk. If I'm not a leader, who did you watch walk out of this company? You won the Rumble. Not sure about this response. I'm not a demon. Oh, I like that line. Oh, I like that line. I'm not a demon. If I'm pushed, I'm Satan himself. That's a great line. I'm a real nice guy until it's time not to be. Oh. And it's getting to be that time. Not here to make friends. I'm here to win the Rumble and headline WrestleMania. Drew said we've got ourselves a little problem. Do you know what? There's a couple of nice lines in here. But it's just a good segment. It's just a gripping segment. It's not a bad segment at all. It's good. When the going gets tough, Punk gets going. If you're Satan, I'll exorcise you. I'm going to win the title in front of the fans. Punk steps up to him. CM Punk chants. It's getting a bit spicy. CM Punk said, I'm going to walk away before I knock your teeth down your throat. Drew's hanging in. Not too shabby, says K-Dub. Cody can't stop me from winning the Rumble. You can't stop me from winning the Rumble. CM Punk said, I'm such a nice guy, I'm going to throw you out the Rumble last. Tell you what, though. So, what I would say about that is gripping, compelling, everything you want from Raw, or what I want, you know. Two people that don't like each other having a little back and forth, a couple of little zinger lines in there, a couple of moments that were also a little bit not flat, but like there was a couple of responses that just felt a bit not rambling, but like they didn't have like the zinger in them, you know. They were just, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, blah 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 blah, right? But it was so compelling that overall as a segment you're like, yeah man, I don't know where we're going. Are we building to a match? Normally this sort of thing would lead to a match. Are we leading to a match? Are they going to have a match in the main event? Are they going to have a match next week? Or is it just planting a seed for when they certainly face during the Rumble match itself, you know? Are we just planting seeds for that? And I think that's what we've done. We've just planted a seed for when they're both going to be in the Rumble match at the same time. But yeah, super compelling, super like just eating it up, very easy to digest. Very good, very good. Miss Clown said, toast my pockets into hot pockets. Is that what that segment just did? It took your pockets and it toasted them. And now you've got some hot pockets. Lovely. Not as good as main event JU, so yeet, said Austin316. Austin, how are you, my friend? I hope you had a good Christmas. Oh, Dortnight. I have a confession. I timed you out on Tommy's stream the other day. And the reason I did it was because I was bored. So I was sat here and Tommy went to, I don't know, make some food or something, grab some food. And I was just watching and I hadn't spoken in the chat because I didn't want people like, oh, Days, how you doing, blah, 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 and all of that. Because it's Tommy's stream, right? So I was just chilling in the background. And I thought, oh, I'll time out Dortnight for 60 seconds or whatever, just to, you know, cause a bit of trouble. Because I thought it showed who timed people out. And then what happened was Dortnight was like, who just timed me out? Someone just timed me out. Who was it? I think I can work out who it is. And I was sat in, I was like, does it not tell people who times people out? Don't people know who times them out? So I couldn't respond then because Tommy had come back and I didn't want to make it a whole big thing. So I was like, oh, God damn it. I thought I'll just tell him next time I see him. So it was me being bored, trying to cause a little bit of trouble, and it sort of backfired a little bit on me because you didn't know it was me, even though I thought it would have told you. And then all of a sudden, like, Tommy had come back. I was like, oh my God, what have I done? Do you know what? I was sat here. I was like, man, I hope Dortnight doesn't start like accusing people. I hope he doesn't start. I bet that was William. I knew it was William. I thought like it was going to proper kick off. So, yeah, it was me. It was me all along. Only mods know who times people out, says James. I thought everyone knew. I didn't realise that, like... I didn't realise that people didn't know who it was. Because I thought he would see it, and it would say it was me, and he'd be like, oh, that's cheeky, man. That's cheeky, kind of a thing. And then he was like, I think I can work out who it is. And I was like, oh my God, he doesn't know it's me. Never know what I'm up to. I'm lurking in the shadows. Seeb said, would you be down if next week on SmackDown, Roman calls out Triple H to question why he'd appointed Aldis as GM? Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good shout. I've got no problem with that at all. I think that's a good shout. Could be good. I mean, there's no way that this Fatal 4-Way can be reversed now, or should be reversed now. I did think that it was weak, to be honest, how we got to it. I mean, at the time, we were saying, like, this is going to lead to a Fatal 4-Way. It's going to lead to a Fatal 4-Way. Is getting involved. We've seen enough wrestling to know that if you interfere in a #1 contenders match, like he did, it's going to result in all of the participants being added into the championship match. And I know that some people might have said, yeah, but Roman thought that Nick would not do that to him, right? But my response to that would be, when has that ever not happened? When has that ever not happened? I can't think of any examples where that's happened and the GM has been too intimidated to then not make the multi-man match. If there was like loads of examples of it, of like, oh, well, do you remember Roman did it last month? And it like, you know, Nick Aldis was, or Adam Pearce was too scared. Then I'd be like, oh, okay, right, yeah, cool. Because there was that moment. I can't give you any examples of times where that did not happen. So to me, as soon as he was coming down, we were like, don't be stupid, don't do it. And then he did it. And then all of a sudden, of course, it gets made into a fatal four-way. So I thought it was really lazy, to be honest. Really lazy. I thought there was better ways of getting to that fatal four-way. I would have done something with Solo coming down and interfering and Roman being upset and blah, blah, blah. I would have done something like that. But anyway, Roman is upset, so him questioning Triple H and trying to reverse it, I'm down for that. Here's DIY then. We interesting. That's not a Kevin Dunn thing, is it? Promos as someone walks their way to Gorilla. So Tommaso Ciampa walking his way to the Gorilla position, cutting a promo. Sometimes we see them in Gorilla cutting a promo, but Ciampa was walking to Gorilla, which can't recall ever seeing that, to be honest. Perhaps that was something they just could not get Kevin Dunn to sign off on. So Tommaso is making his way down to the... Oh, this is the clip of R-Truth making this match. So it's going to be Finn versus Ciampa. Now, don't forget, we're going to vote on each match. We're going to vote on each match. I do have all of the matches. I've actually updated it all. No, don't want that. I want this. There we go. That's all the matches from last week's Raw, NXT, and SmackDown ranked. So the best match that people voted on, or what they saw last week, was Becky Nia, which was very good, actually. Then people enjoyed Rhea and Ivy. Trick against Grayson in third. Seth against Drew in fourth. Miz and R-Truth against JD and Dirty Dom in fifth. Blah, 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 blah. All the way going down to the lowest rated one, which was Ariana Grace and Roxanne Perez. So I'm loving this. I am loving the fact that we've got this scoring system. It allows us to keep tabs of the best matches of the year and the worst matches of the year as well. Again, let me stress, try not to vote on the top option unless the match is like the best match you've seen, like in the past 2 weeks, like, or, you know, I would definitely at most only use the top option once a show. And sometimes you might not even do that, right? We was seeing people go into that top option quite freely. So I would definitely use that top option like just once a show at most. But these are the community scores. This is where we are. And I think we were really getting our heads around it towards the back end of last week. Tommaso on the outside as Balor lunges over to him. Shoulder tackle there by Tommaso. Face first into the turnbuckle goes Finn Balor. Damian Priest on the outside. Tommaso goes into the commentary table. Here live on Raw. Oh no, I don't want this open. I've got my video editing software open. I don't need that. Boom. Days, how'd you feel about Rock distracts Roman, Orton wins the title? Not a fan. I'm out. Straight away, I'm out. Not a fan of Orton being the one to end Roman's title reign. Not in a fatal 4-way. I just feel like the point I made earlier was whoever beats Roman's title reign is going to really... That is a prize in itself. It's like whoever beat Undertaker's streak is, you know, a made man, and obviously that was huge for Brock. And a lot of people point at that and go, well, Brock was a big star anyway, he didn't need it, blah, 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 blah. I would argue that of all the options on the table, that actually turned out to be one of the best options, because here we are 10 years later, and he is still around, and he definitely bragged about beating The Undertaker and used it to his advantage. He's remained around main events. He is someone that you could believe could beat the streak. Like, it's not... Imagine if we'd have had someone like Rick Boogs or someone like that beat it, 'cause we thought they were going to be the next big thing, and then they didn't go on to become the next big thing. Like, we might look back on that and be a bit like, oh, you know, that's a bit disappointing that we weren't able to kind of get that person where they should have got to, you know. They beat the streak and it didn't really work out, you know. But with Brock, there's just not that feeling. There's just not that feeling, because 10 years later he's still around. He's been around main events. He main evented WrestleManias after that one, which you could argue he probably would have done anyway. But he definitely used beating the Undertaker streak to his advantage. You know, Paul Heyman shouted about it for years. Kept banging on about it. So I don't think it was the worst option. No. At the time, I just could not get my head around it. But as time has gone by, I've really come to terms with it, and I really don't mind it now. I am a big believer that it should have ended as well. There's a lot of people that are like, it never should have ended. No, it definitely should have ended. Definitely should have ended, because what purpose does it serve Undertaker retiring with the streak still intact? What's the purpose of that? What's the point of that? What's the purpose? What good would that have done? You know, and it doesn't make Undertaker any bigger or better, does it? It doesn't do anything more for the Undertaker. Undertaker is not less of a superstar because he lost at WrestleMania to Brock. That doesn't make him smaller, right? The streak is still an amazing, incredible thing that may never be beaten. So the fact that there's people out there that are like, oh, he should never have lost it. Nah, I disagree, man. I disagree. Because him losing it didn't make him smaller. And Brock beating it, I think he did get something from it. I think he did use it to his advantage. And honestly, what other options were there? You could have made the argument for Bray. But to be honest, Bray was someone that was... I don't think Vince was sold on Bray. I don't think Vince was sold, which is why, you know, he ended up, like, fizzling out with the Wyatt family, and then doing, like, the tag team with Matt Hardy, and then ended up going away and having to come back with the Funhouse and the Fiend and everything. And even when he did, I don't think Vince was fully behind it, because I think we can all agree that if he was fully behind Bray and the Fiend, that could have gone a lot better than it did. So Bray probably should have been the person, but only if Vince was going to fully get behind him. Vince was not going to. So if Vince wasn't going to fully get behind him, then I don't think he should have beaten the streak. What you needed Bray to beat the streak and for Vince to get behind him. And that just, I don't think, was what Vince was looking to do. Very disappointing. I wish he had. I wish it had been Bray, and I wish that it had been fully supported. But I just don't think Vince saw it in Bray for whatever reason. He didn't see that next Undertaker, which is crazy, isn't it? We all thought he was going to be the new face of fear. Roll up by Tommaso and kick out by Finn. So yeah, whoever beats Roman, I feel like it's going to be a bit similar. It's going to be like whoever beat the streak. Like, that is a prize in itself. And I just don't think it should be Randy, and certainly not in a fatal four-way. Johnny on the outside, kick to the midsection there by Damien. Damien picks up Johnny. Johnny goes on his feet. There's a knee strike there by Tommaso. We've got a lot of outside interference in this one. Tommaso on the edge of the ring. Finn Balor kicking the rope. And that goes into Tommaso's Ciampa. Reversal. 1, 2, 3. And a pin and a win by Tommaso. So a pin and a win. Wow. Ciampa picks up the win. So they have won a tag title opportunity. So it was thanks to Johnny on the outsides. Now we're talking about Nia. So a win for Tommaso. That means that DIY will have a shot at the tag team titles. So poll up in the chat. What did you think and score that little encounter? I thought it was fun. I didn't think there was loads to it. It was, I suppose, in a way, just a way of getting to that tag match. We're just seeing last week. I love that win for Nia. I love that win for Nia. And Becky with a busted nose. I mean, honestly, that's our leading match for the year so far. Busted nose again. Lost the match to Nia. Let's see what Becky's got to say. Maybe she would break my orbital socket. Maybe she'd put me in the hospital. Becky's... Okay, I like this. Becky said, I did wonder what would happen if she put her full weight behind a shot. And she busted my mouth. But I got back up. Either Nia's getting weaker or I'm getting stronger because I took the full force of her punch and I'm here, I'm ready. Maybe this isn't the end. Maybe this is just the beginning. Jackie Redmond show. CM Punk's going to be on our show. Something to do with the NHL. Okay, here is the New Day. Kofi. Okay, we need to end this poll. Get a few more votes in if we can. Vote, 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 vote. Vote, vote, vote. How many people? We got 886 people joining us. Shout out to all of you. Well, shout out to 885 of you. I don't like one of you. Just being honest. I don't know. But we could do better than the 164 votes we've got. Can't wait. Come on. She broke my nose, so I'm stronger. I don't get that, says AF Chris. Oh, no, well, she's saying that when she punched her last time, she didn't put the full weight behind it, and it broke her nose, and she missed Survivor Series. This time, she did put her full weight behind it, and it made her mouth bleed and everything, but she's right back here the next week. Like, Becky's ready to go. So she is stronger this time than what happened last time. So she said, either Nia's getting weaker or I'm getting stronger. So I got it. I understood what she was saying. Coach Co, shout out to you. Coach Co, is he dry your tears? Don't come to me with the ears, but the ear with the ear. I don't do the dance with the PS. Do the dance with me. Is he find an... What? Coach Co, what is it? What is it? What are you doing? What's happening? Maybe for 2024, as a little New Year's gift, you could just sort of tell us what this means as a one-off. Because maybe if we can work this one out, or you tell us what this one means, we might stand a chance on the future ones, you know? If you go, oh, I've just copied this from such and such as Wikipedia page, I've done it because it's their birthday today, that might help us with future ones, you know? Because when you send in some at random, then we'll be like, oh, it's such and such's birthday, I bet he's copied this, blah blah blah. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe you've been doing that all along. Perhaps it's like, you know, just a lovely way of paying respect to, you know, this day in history. There was a breakthrough in radiation detection, so I'm going to copy and paste the Wikipedia page for a radiation detection. I don't know. I don't know what your game is, right? I don't know what your game is. I don't know what you're trying to do. I don't know what you're trying to achieve. I don't know if you are achieving anything. I don't even know if you... You might not even be a human. You might be a bot. I don't know, right? I don't know. You might be a bot that's got access to disposable income. I have no idea, right? But just give us a chance. It's just a chance. What are you on about? Right? For 2024, what are you on about? Thank you. And also, we've got over 200 votes. Ba-ba-ba-da. So, okay, good. 57%. Let's go. Great. 17%. 16%. All time. 9%. Thank you. Completely agree. I really like that. Again, I think that just says that we've got this. As a community, we've got this. Because at the end of the year, we genuinely want to be able to look at these matches and go, these are the best matches of the year. Like, we really believe these. And it'll be good as well, because if there was like a really good match on a Raw in April or May or whatever, and we can't quite remember it, and it's there at the top of the list, like, that'll be really good, because we can be like, oh god, yeah, do you remember that match? But if it gets hidden and buried by matches that just aren't as good, you know, and we just get a little bit overexcited, then it's just going to be a bit So that is perfect. That is great. So I agree, it was okay, it was good, it was fine, it was, yeah, no dramas. And I completely agree. So coming up, we've got, I think it's Kofi against Ludwig coming up next. So you'll get another opportunity to vote in a sec. Oh, hello. We've got Kaden and Katana. They're going through the paces backstage at the moment, just warming up. Bum, 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 bum. What was behind Chelsea? It sort of looked a bit like Mercy. It wasn't. I'm sure it wasn't, right? It just sort of looked a little bit like Mercy the Buzzard. It was probably just like a sack. But I saw something in the back. You know, this day and age, you have to look in the background, don't you? I genuinely don't think it was anything, so I don't want people to go back or get too excited or anything like that. But it just looked like a sack or something in the background. Here's Ludwig. I've still got the old match on screen. Because I'm a disgrace. Kofi versus Ludwig is coming up next. Kojiko. Yes, always. Kojiko is answering people. Okay, that's good. That dispels the idea that Kojiko is a bot. Or maybe it's just a real friendly bot. Who knows? AR Banks, shout out to you, said good stream days. And I love the Hall of Fame idea that you're doing. First induction should be the legends, the one that brings us the most priceless days. Acknowledge him, shout him out. Who should be the first one? Me. I can't go in. I'm going to be like Vince. I'm going to refuse to go in. And then when I die, someone will put me in. That's how it will work. So, yeah, I think that I genuinely don't know. I'm looking to try and find ways of involving the community more. I've said before, if you want to get your thoughts across, feel free to send me videos for the Wrestling Escape Pods. That was always meant as a podcast for the community. And it was a way for me and Tommy to talk wrestling. And the reason that we go off-road and talk about like music and all this other stuff is just because like we just go with the flow. But if there was loads of community videos or audio clips or whatever, then we wouldn't go off-road as much. I think the off-road stuff's pretty fun, to be honest. I mean, we've spoke about dating, we've spoke about music, we've spoke about films. I mean, we really have covered a lot of stuff on the Wrestling Escape Pods, even board games and just God knows what. So, yeah, I really enjoy that. I enjoy the freedom of it, but if we were to get like loads of community submissions, I would play them, react to them, talk about them, have fun with them. Definitely we would look to do that. So yeah, doing like a Hall of Fame induction thing on the members side of stuff, I think that could be really, really interesting, really, really fun. And we'll see who people suggest, and then we will vote during the stream. And as I said, maybe I'll make the induction message that the person submits. Perhaps I will have that open to everyone, like members and non-members. I think that'd be really good, actually. That's quite a prize, isn't it? To be able to speak to the masses and go into the Hall of Fame. Okay, so Ludwig is in control. I tell you what, Kofi is wearing very New Day attire, isn't he? I've only just noticed. Frog splash. Did he forget his ring gear or something? I don't think I've ever seen Kofi in such attire. He's wearing like, I don't know, the kind of shorts that you would go swimming in. And some Air Jordans, I believe. This is like beach time, Kofi. Goes for a suicide dive, but he gets caught there by Ludwig. Drags Kofi out the ring and hurls him into the barricades. I mean, they're nice shorts. I would imagine they're probably like Gucci or something like this. But even so, they're not New Day-esque. So he talks about Imperium as we go to commercial break. So 43 minutes into the show, really good back and forth between Drew and CM Punk. First match was okay between Ciampa and Finn. It just got us where we needed to get to. And now here we are with this match, which is all right again. So it's okay. I'm sure after this we'll get some tasty as we go from hour 1 into hour 2. Wrestle Andy, what do you think the main undercard will shape out to be with Brock and Cena and Drew and Gunther? Well, I love the idea of Brock Gunther. I think everyone would be down for Brock versus Gunther. LA Knight against Logan, I think makes a lot of sense. Rhea against Becky. Io Bailey. I don't know. Honestly, don't know what we do with like Kevin Owens, and I don't know what we do with Sammy. Sammy and Jay as a tag team, like gets them both on the card, and I could see them bringing down some heels that have caused them some trouble. So maybe we end up doing that. Sammy and Jay, you know, working together, good friends, feel good moment. It's not the worst, is it, I suppose, but yeah, I can see something like that. But yeah, I don't know what we do with the likes of Shinsuke. There's a few things that haven't really shown themselves yet. But I feel like there's about a good 5-6 matches, which feel like we're heading towards, you know, that. I reckon Charlotte Bianca could have been on the cards as well. Charlotte was the only one Bianca needed to beat in order to beat all of the horsewomen. So I feel like that match was a potential, but not now because Charlotte's out and she's missing WrestleMania. She's gutted as well. Did we read that message from her? We did. We did SmackDown Unseen, so my voice after the SmackDown stream was okay, but it kind of felt like, I'll give it a rest. I'll do it on Saturday. So I ended up doing the Unseen video on Saturday. I actually had some people going, this is better. It's better because, like, it feels a bit more polished, less rushed. It has to be a little bit rushed in order to get it out. I always try to get it out an hour after the stream. Which, if you think about it, that's not bad to find this stuff, record it, upload it, get it onto the channel. So if it feels rushed, it's because it is. But there was people saying, oh, it feels a bit better doing it the next day. So don't know. I don't know what the right thing to do is. I don't know whether to do it straight after the stream or just leave it for tomorrow. To be honest, tomorrow I'd like to do the video where we talk about Cody and Brock and Roman and look at some of the other theories and blah, 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 blah. So videos are starting to back up. So I might have to just do Unseen tonight. It might be a bit rushed or seem a bit rushed, but it will still have all the good info I can find. Oh, and also I really appreciate people letting me know just different good wrestling accounts that I should be following. I really want to include some of the fun memes that do the rounds on Twitter. Give credit where they're due. I'm not looking to take the credit. I'll shout out whoever it is that's posted it, right? But I think there's a lot of good stuff that's on social media that people don't necessarily see because some people don't engage with social media, but also some people, once the show finishes, they go to bed. And so those tweets will just be lost to time, right? So I kind of feel like there's probably a load of fun Twitter accounts I should or could be following. People that put out like memes and fun comments, whatever, that I'd love to include in those Unseen videos and give them credit. And any other bits of news or, I don't know, just any good accounts. I would say WWE related. Not really too fussed about, you know, Impact and AEW, stuff like that. I don't do Unseen videos for those. But things that are WWE related, definitely interested. So feel free to just tag me in some accounts. I did put a tweet out the other day saying, let me know if you got any accounts. I didn't get loads of responses, actually. I got about 5 accounts, which I do now follow. But yeah, I'm just always looking for more, to be honest. So I would say just tag me in them. Ignore this super chat, but read DEF CON back to beds. Ignore this super chat, but read DEFCON. Back to beds. Dark Knight, shout out to you. I've read that super chat. I will read DEFCON in a second, but we've actually got a result here. Kofi goes through the ropes. Kofi unloading on Ludwig. Thumb to the eye by Ludwig. He's trying to blind Kingston. Big back body drop as Ludwig goes over the commentary table. It's all getting a little bit heated here. Let them fight. So, double count out. Oh, chair gets thrown right at Kofi. Damn, Kofi went down. And he's out cold. That chair just got chucked at Kofi's head. Now, I don't know if you want to include all this after stuff in the match. Michael Cole's getting quite animated. So, double count out, I believe, is the official result. Crowd are chanting for Kofi. Crowd are, I love that dude that's got the Simpsons, Bart Simpson shirt on. Bart looks quite angry in it. It kind of fits the moment really well. Kofi is out on the ring steps. We've got loads of refs trying to separate these two. Ludwig is... Ludwig's running around. I love that. I love that. Oh! Drive by! Damn! That was awesome! I love how he's like, no. Ah! Then he started running, ran round the ring, and then hit a drive-by on Kofi, who was slumped over the ring steps. Damn, he looked really good as well. And that's after he chucked the chair at him. Kofi's down and out. Crowd are booing. Crowd really behind Kofi here. People love Kofi Kingston, and rightfully so. But, yeah, this is getting some heat on Ludwig. Whoa, fun. Now... I don't know that you include that in the score for the match. It's a bit of a grey area. Because technically the match ended with the double count out. The stuff that happened after. But, you know, whatever. Woof. Double count out. I mean, don't know how people are going to feel about that. But there's something really good between these two. I mean, the match itself was fine. And then, like, the ending happened, and then it all just kicked off. Oh, went cray-cray. Where's DEFCON, then? I need to look at DEFCON comment, apparently. AR Bank said, yes, Days, it was you all along. PJ93 said, what's the best match ever? What's your favourite? Well, my favourite is Undertaker Shawn, WrestleMania 25. I always say that, and I mean it, that's why. I watched it with someone that didn't watch wrestling, and to see... I mean, I loved it anyway, because it's two of my favourite superstars ever. It's The Streak, it's Mr. WrestleMania going up against The Streak, it's the light versus the dark. I mean... And it's the 25th anniversary of WrestleMania as well. It's like an anniversary show. I mean, there's so much good stuff. It wasn't the main event, but it was... I just remember watching it and being blown away by it. But I remember the reaction of the person I was watching it with that didn't watch wrestling, and they were just... It's everything you want someone that doesn't watch wrestling. It's everything you hope that they would react like, you know? And I saw that match do that to that person. I'm sure other matches would do it as well, but it's two of my favorites in one of wrestling's undeniable greatest matches. I mean, Undertaker versus Shawn, WrestleMania 25. It comes up in conversation, like, all the time. It's regarded as potentially the best WrestleMania match. If some people don't say it's the best, it'll be their second match or third match, right? But it's always in the conversation. So it's a super boring answer. But I genuinely think it's the correct answer. And in regards to the best match ever, well, that is harder to answer, isn't it? Because that is obviously very subjective. So, I mean, if someone was to go, what is the greatest match ever, and they put a gun to my head, I feel like my answer would probably be Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, and their series of matches that they had. I've said before, I feel like that is a real moment in time. And I think we had something similar with Omega and Okada. I feel like Omega Okada and the three matches they had, you can love them or hate them, but they had an impact. I think those matches really put New Japan on the map in the West. I think people were looking anyway because of AJ Styles being over there and Kenny growing in notoriety, but those matches were just confirmation that this is the promotion you need to be watching. And I think those matches make Kenny Omega in a lot of people's eyes, and they solidify Okada as the wrestler of this generation. So I feel like Ric Flair, Ricky the Dragon did that, but in the late 80s. And I feel that Okada Omega is sort of the modern day equivalent, which was around 2016-ish. So I would probably go with those. Some people may say Bret Stone Cold's. Some people might say the Shawn Undertaker match. Some people might say Macho Man Ricky the Dragon. Some people might say Undertaker Mick Foley. I have no idea. But that one's a bit more subjective, isn't it? Oh. Ludwig shouting backstage. Because of Kofi, I am the only one here. He took Vince's head. So tonight, I took his. It's true. Last week, of course, he hit a dropkick Kofi. And Vinci got injured, and that match got ended rather quickly. Michael Cole in the ring. Becky Lynch, odds-on favourite. Oh, Nia Jax making her way down to the ring. Nia Jax. Anna says Hall of Fame #1 should be Jennifer Palmer. That is a brilliant shout. Jennifer, definitely never forgotten. That is a brilliant, brilliant shout. We may, do you know what? We might put Jennifer in as #1 anyway. That's a brilliant shout. Anna, shout out to you. Dalton Knight said, ignore this and read DEFCON's thing. I need to see DEFCON. Where is DEFCON? Where is DEFCON? Right, Nia is making her way down. We need to end this last poll, because we don't want to get all confused. It looks like for us in the UK, we're going to make us pay for UFC pay-per-views as we did with Colby Leon and now Strickland Duplessis this month. Have we got to pay again? That's going to suck, innit? Okay, she said I'm a different Nia Jax. Yeah, break his face. Everyone wants to see that. I want to see that. So Nia is talking about being... Oh, here's Rhea. This is my brutality. Oh, yeah, let's go. Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Big cheer for Mummy. Man, she's such a big star. She is such a big star. They have absolutely fulfilled her potential. I actually don't know when she loses this title, you know. Because it could be Rhea Becky at WrestleMania, and I genuinely don't know that Rhea loses the belt. Well, do you know, if there's anyone that's got, like, a really long title reign in them, it's probably Rhea. I feel like the person I think gets the belt from her, I feel like that person is Raquel Rodriguez. And she's out injured right now. She's got like an illness. I never can remember what it's called. I can't remember. I had it written down. It's that horrible disease thing that she's got, like that mass activation syndrome thing. We looked at it, or we touched on it in the Unseen video. There's some pictures doing the rounds. It looks awful. I feel so sorry for her. But anyway, here is Mommy. Mommy is here. You're walking around and acting like you've already won the Rumble. I threw you out last year. Last week you might have beaten Becky. That's quite the accomplishment. But Becky Lynch isn't Rhea bloody Ripley. I advise you to stop walking around like you own this division, because you don't. This is so much fun. It's best to keep my name out of your mouth. This feels very Drew CM Punk, doesn't it? Two people that could face each other, may face each other, don't know that they are going to face each other. They'll probably just encounter each other in the Rumble or something. I don't know. Although saying that, Rhea's probably not in the Rumble, is she? But it still feels very Drew CM Punk like earlier. I put you on your ass when I came back, says Nia. When I squash 29 other women and win, I'm going to choose you. Rhea chance? I mean, she's a heel, but the crowd love her. And she would definitely be the face in that match, wouldn't she? She'd definitely be the face. So, Nia gets out the ring. I wish she was wearing something different. I still hate her ring gear. The music's an improvement, but not by much. We are on our way to the Royal... We are, man. We've got about, what, 20-odd days to go? Last Monday. Keep Rhea's name out your mouth and Will Smith's wife. That's a good point. It's mind-blowing that Rhea is 26, says Nita Nitro. Yes. Oh, yes. I mean, she's got, what, 15, 16 years? Jesus. In fact, if she really looked after herself and got to, like, the age of 45, which is very achievable, she would have had a 20-odd year career. Crazy. The only thing is, if she wants to go away and have, like, a kid or something, but even if she does, she can obviously come back, continue her career, and, you know, people would just ignore that. That she was out for, like, 12 months, whatever. This is Rhea's match in Australia. She will be a face there regardless, says Bliss. That's a really good point. Of course she'll be face in Australia. Definitely. So, her against Nia in Australia. Big match, big challenge. Rhea as the face. I mean, Nia's probably perfect in that role as a monster heel. And have Rhea bloody Ripley as the face. And then you can do Rhea Becky at WrestleMania. Good shout. Oh! Is this Chelsea Green? Yes! I love Chelsea Green. Chelsea and Piper making their way down. So this is for the tag titles against my girls. Dun 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 da 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 da. I hope Kayden does the dance. That's literally the best thing. The best. Do you know what they should do? Don't they do like bobblehead things? You can get like a Hawaiian hula girl that's like does that, like solar powered. Sure you can, like a desk thing that's got a little solar panel and just gets light from the lamp or the light or whatever, and it'll just dance away doing that. They should definitely do one of them for Kaden and Katana. Two girls. You could have Katana lying down in front, because that's what she tends to do, lying down, and then just have Kayden in the background doing that, and it just literally does that little solar panel, and it just never stops, back and forth like that. Just that would be the best. Why don't I work for WWE Shop? God damn it. You got all these people that are like, oh, we should put this on a shirt. Boring shirts. No. What you want is a solar-powered bobblehead thing. Thank you. I would get one of those, said Miss Clown. We all would. We all would. Robert said, Nia wears her attire like she's thin, but really she's thick and needs better ring gear for her thickness. Well, I don't know, because I don't take that as a disrespectful comment, right? At all. I think that the answer, the response to that will be, well, why can't bigger women wear tight-fitting clothes as well? Why can't they feel beautiful? And actually, a lot of people feel that bigger women are more attractive. So beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? So I don't know that that is necessarily the problem, to be honest, for me. I actually like the fact we've got big women, big guys in wrestling. I never understand, and I've said it before, the people having a go at wrestlers for being on the larger side is sort of like, I really think you're watching the wrong thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think you're watching the wrong product. This is about two people battling to win a competitive wrestling match. So people are gonna at times use size as an advantage, and so someone like Nia belongs in this world. Like, this is a world that Nia should be in. Like, maybe Olympic gymnastics isn't her calling, right? But I would say that professional wrestling is definitely a world where, like, someone of Nia's size, you would think would belong and would have an advantage because, you know, she can throw her weight around, right? And splash people, and it's going to have, like, extra impact, yeah? Clearly, there's going to be disadvantages. I would imagine cardio, agility, blah, 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 speed. I would imagine those things suffer, but there's definitely advantages to being a bigger person. So I would say that my problem with Nia's ring gear isn't got anything to do with her size or even the fact it's tight. I just think that it's really, I don't know, just I don't like the look of it. Like, the detailing on it just doesn't look, I think there's too much going on. If you think about Vader, Big Van Vader, he had black, red on top with just a triangle, and you could easily draw that, color it in red, color that in black, and everyone would go, Vader, that's Vader, right? And I don't even need to think about Bam Bam Bigelow, black with flames, right? Bam Bam Bigelow. If I was to try and draw Nia's costume, I wouldn't even know where to start. I wouldn't even know. I couldn't. There's so much going on. None of it feels iconic as a result. Like, it's just not memorable. It's just there. And I sort of feel like it needs to be a lot simpler and a lot more impactful. Like Vader's was. Like Bam Bam Bigelow's was. Like, you know, some of the great ring gears was Macho Man, when he had, like, orange gear with stars on the front. You know, iconic. That was iconic. Even Hulk Hogan just had yellow trunks, but it was iconic. Super simple. But if I drew some yellow trunks and went, what wrestler's that? I'm pretty sure, might get the odd Greg the Hammer Valentine, but I'm pretty sure most people would go, Hulk Hogan. And if I drew Bam Bam, you'd go Bam Bam. And if I drew Vader, you'd go Vader, right? Because they're simple, they're iconic, they're impactful. Hers, just cluttered. Just too much going on. Just needs to be so much simpler and a lot more impactful. I don't know what it should look like. I could come up with some concepts, but I feel like there's probably better people for that job. So that would be my problem, more so than her being on the larger side, let's say. We did just get a little backstage brawl between Cody and Shinsuke. Didn't really do much. Just a little backstage brawl. The bit I'm interested in is this bit now. Kayden getting in the ring. Katana coming in as well. We go round in a circle. Kayden goes down. There it is! Yeah! That's literally the best thing. That is the best thing on Raw. We go round in the circle. Katana goes down. Kayden does the little thing. Beautiful. That's why they're the best. That's why they're champions. So, Chelsea and Piper taking on Kaden and Katana. And honestly, I can totally understand why people would look at this and go, those two little girls don't stand a chance. But those two little girls work really well together as a team. Really well together as a team. They were put together because they are similar in stature. But they're a good tag team. So, Kaden and Katana. You wouldn't think they would stand a chance against Piper on her own. WWE Shop is letting you bid for Triple H's ringside seats at Rumble, with proceeds going to Connor's Cure. Oh, that's good. Okay, Chelsea. Starting us off as it's Chelsea in there with Kayden. Kayden goes to the outside. Chelsea's very pleased with that. Kayden grabbing a boob. On the outside, running away as Chelsea goes chasing after it. It's a little bit Benny Hill. Chelsea getting caught in the corner. And in comes Katana. Trini said that's what she said. Nia was a model and not plus size. She isn't naturally that size. If you Google her modeling pictures, you would be floored. I have never seen her modeling pictures. No, is anyone naturally that size? I mean, I know there's a whole debate about, like, genes and all this kind of stuff, but, I mean, at the end of the day, I've got to think you largely get to that size because of what it is that you eat. I don't know that people just eat salad and are still, like, really big. So, I could believe that she's not naturally that size and that she is... increased her size. 1, 2. Sometimes it can be like, you know, for like depression reasons. Sometimes it can be because of injury. Sometimes you can get injured and like break your leg or something and then can't really move, can't really do any exercise. And of course you just put the pounds on then, you know. But I have to go back to my original point so that no one gets twisted. Like, this Nia being the size that she is, I can understand there being a concern about, you know, her carrying that weight and heart issues and things along those lines. Totally get that conversation. In fact, WWE sent Vader and Yokozuna to a weight loss clinic to drop weight, right? Because of those concerns. So that's definitely something that has to be kept into consideration, right? But this is definitely a world that a person of her size should be in. It's a world that she should be in. This is a world that, I mean, like, Vader, Bam Bam, Yokozuna, Rikishi, even Andre, you know, even Andre, I know he was tall, but he certainly had some timber on him as well. I mean, he was not a thin, tall guy. Like, he, you know, he definitely had some, there was a belly there, I think we can agree, right? So I know Andre was tall, but he definitely wasn't stick thin. So, you know, there's lots of, and isn't that like Happy Humphrey as well back in the day? And there's loads. Even Bertha Faye in the mid-90s, when that was a woman that was going in matches up against Alondra Blaze. So Bertha Faye around 94. I saw her live at a house show. It was Bertha Faye against Alondra Blaze in Birmingham in about 1994. And so yeah, we've had big women in WWE. So I really, really, really never understand that kind of criticism, like as if this is meant to be a world that's just for really thin, really small people. When has it ever been that way? I think all shapes, all sizes, you know, it makes it a lot more interesting. A lot more interesting. If everyone was just small and the same size, you know what I mean? I think you'd be missing something. We like to have really tall people. We like to have really big people, you know? We like to have, like, your Rey Mysterios, quite small guys that have to overcome the odds. Guys in the middle as well. Like, it's a real mixed bag. Vince definitely leaned more towards the big jacked guys and the less women. Big jack guys and less women, or attractive women that didn't mind taking their clothes off. That was Vince's approach. That's not what we do now. Now we still like to try and get the bigger guys if we can, but we'll work with whatever is just good. And same with the women, really. We'll just work with whatever is good, whatever is talented. Okay, we're back from commercial break as Piper goes into the corner. Thoughts on long reigns under Triple H's era? For me, it's getting boring. There are so many. Roman, Seth, Gunther, Rhea, EO, Judgment Day. We need those moments, says Big Time. Don't know. I mean, what do we class as long? I mean, Judgment Day that long? How long have Judgment Day had the titles? I mean, we're into months, but it's not that long, is it? So I don't know about Judgment Day. Rhea, didn't she win it at WrestleMania? So it's been around about 8 months or so. But I think she's someone that deserves to have a long title reign. I mean, I wouldn't just change it for the sake of changing it. And to be honest, I don't really think there's anyone on Raw outside of Becky that really deserves to get it off Rhea. Roman has been historic. I mean, that's just, you know. Gunther, granted, has been historic. You know, Gunther's broken the all-time record. I don't think anyone's down on him achieving that. I think Gunther is really respected. So I don't think anyone's down on Gunther. Roman might have outstayed his welcome, to be honest. Might have outstayed his welcome now. But I think we are starting to get towards the end of that. Rhea, that feels fine to me. Her reign might not have been the most exciting, but who deserves to get it off her? I think I really don't mind, actually. I think what Triple H is doing at the moment, and he won't do this forever, but I think if you're going to get that belt, you've got to earn it. Rather than just changing it for a cheap pop. Like, you've really got to be in a position where you earn it, and I like that. Champions should be the best. That's what this whole thing's about, is it not? Trying to find who the best is. And I know people can get screwed, but that I don't think that should be all the time. I feel like you can do it once in a while, and that's absolutely fine. But by and large, other than that, we should be putting the belts on the best. Rhea feels like the best. Roman has felt like the best. Gunther's felt like the best. Judgment Day, I don't think's been that long. EO, has she been that long? I don't think EO's been that long. 1, 2, Rough Rider by Chelsea. Didn't get it. Shoulder up by Kayden. So Chelsea is using the Rough Rider as that rider's move. Obviously her husband. Chelsea in the ring. Looking for the unprettier, but not getting it. Kick out. Tag by Piper. Double knees by Chelsea. Piper with an elbow drop. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Katana. That was good. I love that camera shot. You could see Katana coming up and having to really race in the background to make the save. Big boot there by Chelsea. Katana goes out the ring. Kayden kicks Chelsea out the ring. Piper comes over, grabs Kayden, scoops her up. Kayden lands on her feet. Super kick. Piper goes back to the corner. Kayden charging over. Oh, Uranagi. Didn't get all of it. But Piper with a Uranagi. Chelsea comes in. Piper is climbing up. Chelsea's trying to help her up. And, is she going to just go for it? She's going to splash her own partner! Vader bomb! Oh, man, she probably should have looked before hitting that. But she didn't. And, double knees. By, Katana. The crowd really liked that spot. Oh, this is cool. I like this move. She goes up into a handstand. Love that. That's a great move. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for the tag champs. That's a great move. Handstand, spins round. drops her down. 1, 2, 3. Women's division backstage. I think was that Indy. Everyone does this. Everyone loves that flipping move. I think Indy just gave a little one backstage as well. So Katana pulled Kayden down. Chelsea went down. I don't know why. Not a great angle, I would say, the replay. Because the replay, you see Chelsea go down, and then Chelsea does that too much, actually. I've seen Chelsea do that quite a few times. That, like, shuffling to get into the right position. I hate it. It's not a massive problem, but it's just, you know, she's there shuffling away on the mat trying to get into the right position. So that Piper can then, like, hit that move. And it's like, if you've got the energy to shuffle, just shuffle out the way. She does that a bit. So, maybe not the best camera angle for that, but the crowd loved it. Street fight, Cody, Shinsuke. Didn't know it was a street fight, but it is a street fight. Right, you can vote on that match. Ray said she's not here to be beautiful. She's here because she thinks this is a competitive sport. Yeah. Oh, here's our truth. It's going to be good. Let's go. Who's bought? When the doctor held me. One day. I'm going to be in Judgment Day. That dream came true. Look at that image. Judgment Day. Money in the Bank. The Women's Rumble. The Judgment Day in your house. That's brilliant. The Judgment Day in your house. A classic. That was big for the Judgment Day. Yeah, we argue from time to time. Showing R-Truth beating JD. Oh, look at that image. There's them at Abbey Road, and he's added himself to that. Want to send a message? Listen closely. We are always here. If you want to talk, live, laugh, and love. That's what we say in the Judgment Day. We're here if you need a shoulder to cry on. Brilliant segment. Brilliant, brilliant. Protect truth at all costs. Do you know, he's done a lot of that kind of stuff online where he puts himself in those Judgment Day images. Look at them backstage. We don't even say that, says JD. We don't even say that. That was funny. Damien said that was pretty funny, actually. Rhea wants to know when they're going to stop the R-Truth joke. Damien said, look, when the time comes, I'll handle R-Truth. Things like DIY. They're going to need CPR. They're going to need EMTs when I'm done with them. Damien said, Drew can't be my enemy. He's too much of a joke. Imagine Damien against Drew, Money in the Bank on the line. I need you to handle the Miz, Rhea says to JD. Yeah, R-Truth's done a lot of that, inserting himself in those kind of moments on social media. It's good to see WWE doing that on the program. There were some brilliant moments there. The Judgment Day pay-per-view really got me. I knew that R-Truth moment would be gold. I think we all did. Who didn't? Who didn't know it was going to be gold? So, and it definitely delivered. But did Kaden and Katana deliver? That's the question. Versus Chelsea and Piper. So 44% thought it was okay to goods. 30% thought it was great. All time was 13%. And was 11. Loving these. I enjoyed it. Was it the best match so far? Do you know, I don't to be honest, I'd have to add all these up. I haven't actually, I don't think I'm going to add them to the list during the streams. It takes a little bit of time to calculate it, type it in and everything. So I think the best way going forwards is for me to write them down and then add them after. I think that's going to be the easiest way of doing it. So I don't know. I feel like that was my favourite match. The only criticism is Chelsea, like shuffling around. It's not that big of a problem. It's just it's not the first time I've seen her do it. Feels like a safe average Raw so far, says Arborus. Oh, you are right. You are right. It is time for halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. I was still looking for Defcom's. I am still keeping an eye out for Defcom's comments. Chance and Carter are too green. They belong on NXT, said AF Chris. Matt said, I've always wondered why the person dishing out the offense can't be responsible for placing their opponent in the right position. That's how it used to be done. Right, here we go. We've got scores coming in. Mr. Cardinal with a 6. April and Greg with a 7. Draco with a 7. Nunya's apology said yes, you. Victoria said 7. Matty said 5. Rick with 5. Humble Rumble with a 7. Chastity with a 7. Brony with a 7. James with a 3. The Beach Kevin with a 7.3. Lee with a 5.75. Marcus with a 6.5. Derek with a 6.25. Arborus with a 5.5. I thought we'd come back. 1 Minute Wrestler with a 7. Sadie said 6.5. Brony said 7. Zachary said 7. That's what she said. Said, I think Liv might be in Judgment Day. There was a lot of smoke. Marty with a 7. Aaron with a 6.5. Mark with a 6. Zoom Station with a 7.5. Aubrey with a 6.25. Ray with an 8.5. Andrew with a 7. LD Cool with a 7. Seth freaking Rollins. Where did it go? It just jumped up. Where did Seth freaking Rollins go? Seth freaking Rollins. We'll never know. That's going to be one of life's great mysteries. What did Seth freaking Rollins rate the show? It's gone. We'll never know. Big Time says 8. Shaquem said R-Truth is the best. MJ says 6. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said 7. My Phenomenal Figures said 6. Seth freaking Rollins, what was your score? That's going to bug me. I just got to it, and then the chat just jumped up on my thing, so it just went. Miz is in the ring right now. Miz is in the ring. It's gone. Oh, Seth freaking Rollins 6.5. Oh, thank God. That would have bugged me, man. 6.5. Right, here comes JD McDonagh. Oh, man, I thought R-Truth was with him. It's not, it's Dominic. Could you imagine that if the lights came up and R-Truth was standing there next to her and JD didn't even know? Oh, that would be so fun. JD's like this, and it... That'd be good. Right, Dominic making his way down to the ring with his friend JD McDonagh. Kebab. So we are into the second part of the show. We got an hour and 25 minutes left to go. Yeah, I'd say this show so far has been okay. Suppose it's maybe a bit difficult to find the big talking points, but it's equally very difficult to find the real weak moments, you know, like the moments that are rubbish. It's been entertaining and solid. That would be my review. Entertaining and solids. I think the CM Punk Drew thing was a good start. I think Nia's promo was pretty good. Rhea coming down, that was a pretty fun exchange. Oh, there's R-Truth. R-Truth's arrived at ringside. R-Truth's moment was great. He's got his name on the shirt and he's showing this to Dom. R-Truth, 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 R-Truth. So, Miz pointing over towards R-Truth. He points at R-Truth and the crowd cheer. He is so over. R-Truth is so over. Maybe R-Truth is the one that beats Roman Reigns in the main event of WrestleMania. If we have to go with the most over person. So, JD rolls out the ring. Again, the Miz points to R-Truth. Kicks coming in there by the Miz. Oh, JD moves out the way and the Miz goes into the corner. Seth Rollins is going to be live tonight. Kick coming in there by JD. Miz down on his knees. R-Truth at ringside, but he's not got involved. I thought he was going to trip the Miz, actually. Miz, when he went against the ropes, I really thought he was going to get tripped. Figure 4 applied. But no, he gets out of it. Net breaker by Miz. 1, 2. Kick out by JD. JD over by the ropes. Miz getting back up to his feet, going over, taking his time. Was that a what's up? The crowd just yelled something. Big chop there by the Miz. And JD McDonagh goes down. Miz helping him back up to his feet. JD goes against the ropes. Miz puts his head down. Kick coming in there by JD. JD charging over. Big back body drop there by the Miz. And the Miz looking out at the crowds. Now he's looking for the skull crushing. No joy. Over in the corner. JD charges over. Big boot there by the Miz. And Dominic gets involved. Oof. Elbow drop. I don't appreciate this British announcer giving Truth the business. Truth, look. Flashing the guns. R-Truth is Judgment Day, said Danny. Big Time said it's been a very easy watch show. I'll say it's that match after match. I am a bit fatigued by it, but they've had a little breathing room. They have had small nuggets in between. That's what she said. Said if Truth defeats Roman, he'll think he won the 24/7 title again. God only knows what he thinks he'll would have won. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, there is no better option. Definitely forget Rock Roman. It should be R-Truth against Roman. This is literally Sami Zayn all over again, said JM. We can hear the show with your type on the keyboards. Be careful. Okay. Coach Co said Coach Co never copies and pastes what I think I say. Clearly, doggy puppy, don't come to me with that floppy, sloppy copy. Nicky, licky, kick the plug in the sippy. Don't do that, puppy and nippy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I feel like we got an answer that you don't do copy and pasting. I mean, I feel like I'm speaking to a person, so that's an advantage. Kojiko never, and when have we ever heard Kojiko talk about Kojiko as well? Kojiko never copy and paste what I think I say. I feel like there's actually been communication. I feel like there's been like two-way dialogue. This is like a breakthrough. I feel like this is you know, when someone invented the like phone and they spoke for the first time. Well, it's easy to speak. I mean, you don't know if the other person can hear you, right? So you speak. But when they speak back and you can hear them, that feels like a monumental moment, right? I feel like that's what's happened. I feel like we've reached out to Coach Co and we've actually got like a response. Granted, the rest of it I don't understand. But the first bit, Coach Co never copy and paste what I think I say. That feels like two-way conversation. I feel like there's been a big breakthrough on this stream. A big breakthrough. And I can only compare it to the very first telephone conversation. That's how big it is. That's how big this moment is. It literally goes, first telephone conversation, Kojiko responds to a comment I've made. That's literally how it goes. And like the internet's in there somewhere in between. Huge, innit? Huge. Maybe Coach Co should be the first day's Hall of Fame member so that we could get him to go ahead and retire. Well, we would ask for an acceptance speech. So we would... God only knows what that would look like. I feel like it'd be like something from Anonymous. That, in my mind, that's what it would look like. It would be Anonymous with, like, you know, the computer voice. Thank you so much for this induction. It really means a lot, puppy, fluppy, sucky, ducky, quack, 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 moon over Crescent Hill. Even I can't come up with gibberish like Kojiko can. I'm like, it's a real skill. It's a real skill. My brain won't do it. Yeah, I suppose fish, chair, walking, man, hill, stick, moon, rising, boat, lake, city, man, choo-choo. You just have to go with it. It's very hard. It's very difficult. Respect. Wrestle Andy said the robot from Rocky 4 to induct Coach Co. I mean, do you know what? Coach Co is known and loved by everyone in the community. If nothing else, Coach Co is definitely known. So I'm willing to go that far. Timothy said, tomorrow is my birthday. I'm going to be 40. I feel old. That's because you are old. Anything over 18 and you're a boomer. So 40 is like double boomer plus 4. Yeah, it is. Double boomer plus 4. Wow. Quick math. So, yeah, what you are. But I want to wish you a very happy birthday. And just know that the end is not far away. You are getting close. Go to the light, Timothy. Go to the light, mates. 30s are done now, buds. 30s are done now. Into the 40s. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Go to the light, Timothy. Nah, happy birthday, mate. I'm only messing. You're young, aren't you? Compared to someone that's like, 41. Oh, they'd love to be your age. I mean, compared to me, you're old. I'm 21. You know what I mean? Nearly double me. You're nearly a double days. Couple more years, you'll be double days. Roll up there by the Miz. Kick coming into the midsection. But I hope it goes well, Timothy. I can't see any more responses from Timothy, so I think Timothy's crying right now. Timothy, I hope you didn't go to the light. You could have at least stuck around for the end of the show. Kicks coming in by the Miz. R-Truth watching on the outsides. Into the corner goes the Miz. Roll up there by JD. Kick out by the Miz. She called out a warning. Don't ever let life pass you by, said Lone Star Friends. Timothy said, no, I'm laughing. Okay, good. Good. Whew. Kick coming in by the Miz. Grabbing the legs of JD. JD is down looking for a figure 4. The Miz putting the figure 4 on. Middle of the ring right now. JD is feeling the pain on this one. JD shouldn't be getting past someone like the Miz. Miz should be way too experienced for JD. Miz is screaming out to the fans, is really cinching in that figure 4, but JD gets to the ropes. JD goes to the outside, R-Truth offering a little bit of encouragement. Dominic's come round. I don't know what we're doing here. Dominic says, I'm not doing anything. Miz goes through the ropes. Dominic goes down. JD goes down. Miz. Skull crushing. Connects. 1, 2, 3. Miz picks up the victory. Miz picks up the win. I mean, R-Truth didn't do anything. Yeah, you can't. So, are they saying that he was like chatting away and the chatting was distracting? Yeah, he really didn't get involved. He didn't do anything wrong. I like that, though, because they'll still blame him and people will feel sorry for R-Truth because he's not doing anything wrong. So, Miz is celebrating. R-Truth raises Miz's hand. Okay, Judgment Day are Not happy. It's got to end. There's Seth. Do you know, we've not seen Nikki. She tends to pop up in these backstage segments, doesn't she? We haven't seen Nikki. Right, we're going to commercial break. Oh, tomorrow. Baron Corbin, Bron Breakker. Oh, the Dusty Tag Team Classic. Gallus, Tank and Hank. Oh, I didn't see it. Gigi is taking on Cora Jade. NXT. So the Dusty Classic starts tomorrow. The tag tournament on NXT. And we've got Gigi against Cora Jade. So, okay. We'll be watching that. A little bit of NXT tomorrow. Everything's bubbling at the moment. Sean's got NXT cooking. Triple H has got the main roster cooking. We got The Rock around. We're building to the Rumble. WrestleMania not too far away. You know. Let's go. Timothy said JD absolutely sucks. He doesn't fit in at all. Do you know, WWE have got a little bit of a problem with people like JD, and I would say people like Ludwig, Giovanni. These are people that are put in positions where they have to lose. So Ludwig, Giovanni, they have to lose because normally people go through them to get to Gunther. So they obviously beat these guys and then they go on to face Gunther. And someone like JD, he tends to go up against people that are trying to get to Judgment Day, or, you know, they're trying to get at Judgment Day, and so they'll put JD out there and JD will take the loss, right? So there's a problem with people in that level where they have to lose, and like, you know, you do wonder why Gunther doesn't just get rid of Imperium, like why he doesn't get rid of Ludwig, why he doesn't get rid of Giovanni. He could easily find two people that are going to be more successful, right? Why surround yourself with people that have matches and lose when there are so many wrestlers that would work with him? Yeah, you can say it's about trust and stuff like this, but I don't know. There has to come a point where you say enough is enough. And Judgment Day have got that problem with JD as well, that JD obviously is going to keep losing at this stage in his career, and at some point enough surely has to be enough. So it's tricky. It's really tricky. Like, they have to lose. They're in those positions where they lose, but it's a real balancing act because they need to get the odd win as well, or they need to do the odd good thing so that it then gets them back in the good books to then counter all the bad stuff and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I agree. I mean, like, I think he is definitely someone that is capable of good matches. He is definitely someone who can go. We've seen him as Jordan Devlin. He's had some really good matches down in developmental. I think that this period for him is sort of like a settling in period. And we've said before, it's very difficult to adjust to the main roster. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. I mean, you are traveling like all over America. You are in front of thousands of people. I mean, even when he was traveling all over the indie scene, it's very different going from towns around the UK, around Europe, and play into a room of like 300-400 people, right? That's not on TV, compared to being on Raw and doing house shows and being part of a WWE product in front of thousands of people, right? I mean, there's lots of backstage politics and do's and don'ts, and, you know, being on the road, living out of hotels. It's very different. So there is definitely a settling in period, and I feel like JD is still going through that. And eventually we will do something else with him. Either he will move up the ladder a little bit and start getting wins, or he'll break away from the Judgment Day, or him and Finn will break away, or something will happen. But yeah, I agree. It's a tricky one because he's got to lose. But there has to come a point where the Judgment Day don't tolerate it anymore, and trying to find that balancing act is quite tricky. Here is, it's just, that's as old as wrestling, you know. So many examples of, like, the Stooges back in the Attitude Era, you know, or J&J Security with Seth, or the Singh brothers with Jinder. You know, there's loads of examples where you've had those gatekeepers, I suppose. They're gatekeepers. You have to go through them to get to the bigger person. Booking them, I agree. Booking them, I think, that's got to be one of the hardest things to book. Is finding that balance. Here's Seth. Bum, bum, bum. So, tired of Seth, especially as champion, said Lone Star Friend. Virgil in the NWO said Rasmus, good shout. Judgment Day needs to cut the dead weight. Dominic has got to go, said Zoom Station. Where are those people that like to complain about tourneys, says the real Kyle. Don't know. Who has one every 2 months? Didn't they just have a breakout tournament? A tournament for the US title, a tournament for the world title, Dusty tournament. It doesn't bother me. I'm just asking. I don't know that people have problem with tournaments. I'll tell you who's got a problem with tournaments. Vince. Vince don't like tournaments. We didn't have as many tournaments under Vince. Triple H maybe goes to them a little bit much, but I don't know. It's not a bad way to find a #1 contender. Vince was never a big fan. I'd love to see King of the Ring come back. But I would do King of the Ring with, I've said before, everyone. If you are a singles wrestler and you are not Seth or Roman or Rhea or Io, you are in this tournament. No qualifying or anything like this. It is a roster-wide elimination tournament. That would be sick. And you could have some real good storylines. Steph says, my WrestleMania track record is pretty good. But there's one thing I've never done. I've never taken a world title into WrestleMania. I've never been the headline. I've never been the marquee. But that changes this year. To be honest, a lot of us look at Seth versus CM Punk and go, that should main event because of CM Punk. But it should do it for Seth. He definitely deserves to main event a WrestleMania. Certainly a 2-day WrestleMania. Night 1. Seth said, I took a title that didn't exist and I turned it into the most important prize in this industry. That's not even the most important prize in this company. The work is not done. I've got one question. Who will I beat at the grandest stage of them all? CM Punk! CM Punk! CM Punk! Well, the crowd are taking a while. Yeah, the crowd sort of were chanting it, but not really chanting it. And Seth's like, in his dreams. Ooh. Jinder. Yeah. He did a great promo against The Rock. It was a great promo. Do you know what? He delivered a great promo. He did a great job of getting some heat last week. And him getting an opportunity against Seth, he needs to earn it. You can't just come out, right? He needs to earn it. But I would love to hear Jinder talk about wanting to get redemption. Former champion. The WWE Universe don't respect him. You know, people scoffed when he came walking out last week. I would love that to be something that really irritates him. He is a former WWE champion, and people were gutted when he walked out last week. That should be a real bone of contention for him. I don't mind this at all. He's got to earn it, though. Can't just come out. He can cut promos, though. In 5 minutes, I was more of a revolutionary than you have been in the past 5 years, says Jinder. He calls Portland clowns. Look around. Look at your city. Am I lying? You've instilled no change and you speak no truth. You bring no value. Your childish temper tantrums when things don't go your way and the shows go off the air. A reference to Survivor Series. Jinder's got a good size to him. He's taller than Seth. Seth looks bored. You have got the audacity to overlook me. I beat Randy Orton. And I did it with ease. That was like 7 years ago. You overlook me. That's disrespect. Will not be tolerated. Where's Indashir as well, by the way? He was meant to be the manager of Indashir. Look me in my eyes. For the first time in a long time, I have your attention. That didn't kill it as much as I wanted him to kill it. I really wanted him to kill it. I don't think it helps Seth looking bored. We have been overlooking you. But we've been doing it on purpose. We've been trying to forget you. Here's the thing, Jinder. After The Rock fried him last week, he stood back up. I don't respect you getting in my face. You want to do something that these people are going to remember you forever for. Take a swing. I really like this. So many people won't, but I really do. Same old Jinder. Jinder nails Seth from behind. Don't know why Seth would turn his back on Jinder. Seth comes fighting back. Clothesline. Seth goes down. Super kick. Connects. Oof. I love how Jinder lost his footing. His shoes kind of made him slip. And then he was in the perfect position for the curb. And he just missed. Seth did. Yeah. Do you know what? I really like it because I think Jinder is someone that can cut promos. I think he showed that against The Rock last week. And he's someone that does have a bad rep because his title reign was not very good. The reason he got it was because we were trying to break into the Indian market, but he is someone that just never gets opportunity. Never gets it, never gets opportunity. He's someone that has definitely got a promo in him, has got a decent match in him. Actually, if my memory serves me correct, Jinder versus Seth was the very first match to decide who was going to be the first NXT champion. So there's real history there. Seth winning that tournament to become the NXT champ, but the final was Jinder against Seth. We could lean into that and talk about the career paths and how it's gone since that moment. But I could see Seth versus Jinder. Seth wins, of course, but one of the best things about John Cena's US Open Challenge when he was the US champ defending it was he would defend it against people like, I don't know, Cesaro, Neville, whoever, right? And the matches would bang. Even Monday Night Rollins was the same. Like, open challenges, take on anyone, the matches would bang. And Cena would win, or Seth would win. It didn't matter really who the opponent was. They just brought the best out of them, right? And, like, it really gave you an appreciation for that person. So, Seth versus Jinder for the title. Let's do it. I don't know that we do it at the Royal Rumble, but we could do it maybe before. Maybe we do it at the Rumble. I don't know. But either way, Jinder could put in a hell of a performance. Could really get everyone going. I was not expecting that. That kind of a thing. Like, where did that come from? Like, Jinder, what? Like, fair play, he's just put on a banging match. And it might just start to get people to look at Jinder just that little bit different. Just a little bit differently, you know? Rather than him just being this joke that people, like, love to just have a go at, you know? I would love to see him get some respect. I'd love to see him get some respect. A lot of times you look at wrestlers and you're like, man, where... If I was that person, what would I do? How would I get out of this funk? Because Jinder is definitely in a funk. And I think him having a banging match with Seth... is that, you know, he ain't going to win the title, is he? No one's expecting that. And maybe some people will be down on it because they're like, oh, I wish it was someone that Seth could have a challenge against. But to be honest, I think Seth's getting to WrestleMania and he's going to face CM Punk. Whoever he faces, he's going to get past. So why not have him put a banging match on with Jinder? I agree. Is that the right person for him to face at the Rumble? I don't know if that's the right thing. But yeah, I'm not down on the match, man. Not down on the match. Trini said, equal opportunity means giving everyone a chance so that anyone and everyone feel like they can be themselves in the product. Jinder, Satnam, these guys need to be visible. Does WWE currently have too many people that could be the main champ, and will it kill LA Knight's chance of being at the top, says Alan. Well, I don't think they've got too many people. I think that LA Knight is... I think LA Knight's going to beat Logan for the mid-card title. And then really, I think it's down to what happens after that. So a lot of people have said, like, well, you know, LA Knight's momentum might slow down. Well, the simple answer to that is if it's going to slow down, he was never the right person to get behind them, was he? You know, his rise to the top has been so astronomically quick that I think it is fair to look at that and go, is this sustainable? Is this a fad? I don't think it's a fad, but you are seeing a little bit of backlash now online. I've started to see a lot of people starting to show a bit more, not hate, but a bit more like just more comments about they're not really feeling LA Knight. Seems like since Randy and CM Punk came back, some of those LA Knight fans have turned their heads maybe to the shiny new things that are Randy and CM Punk. So if I'm Triple H, I definitely want to make sure that this LA Knight support isn't a fad, isn't fickle, is sustainable. And I'm definitely looking to put the US title on him. And then, to be honest, I'm going to give him a good run, and I'm going to see what the reactions are like. I'm going to keep supporting him. I'm going to keep booking him well. I'm going to put him in some good feuds. And I'm going to see where we are. What do the numbers say? And then from there, that's then going to help me decide how does he compare to my other options. I mean, having options is fantastic. You know, why would you ever just want a few people at the top? It's a little bit like a sports team where, you know, you want depth in all the different positions. You want to have, like, real quality all across your team. So if someone gets injured, you've got someone else great that can come in. Or if you need to rotate things, you can do that. And I feel like that's the same here, where, you know, if you had a handful of people, then, you know, if you've got an injury or something, you might start struggling. Or if someone starts to get a bit cold, you might start struggling. But here, you're right, we've got lots of options. I think the truth is, if LA Knight is going to get there, he's going to have to earn it. But that should always be the case, shouldn't it? That should always be the case. And for me, he has had a great 2023. There are question marks as to whether it was a fad, whether it's if it's sustainable. And I think he can answer those. And I think he is answering those. I think he has answered those. I think it has been sustainable. I don't see it as a fad. But it's going to be very interesting to see what happens this year. And I think by the end of the year, early next year, around maybe WrestleMania 41, be interesting to see where we are with LA Knight then. Here's Ivar and Otis. So I need to end this score thing, don't I? I was getting a bit carried away. So this was for Miz and JD. So OK got 48%. Great got 21%. All-time 17%. People seem to really enjoy that. And 12%. Okay, so Ivar against Otis is our next match. Amazingly, we've only got 48 minutes left. Otis versus Ivar. Let's go. Triple H really is making the most out of the roster. If you run out of top heels, but then utilize Jinder, who has a good resume, and Seth makes good promos out of Forgotten Stars, says A. Jobson. I think there'll be a backlash to that. I definitely can see people going, Jinder? Like this, but it's like, yeah, Jinder. He can cut promos. He's got decent matches in him. Granted, he's cold with no momentum. I get that. I totally understand. And I totally understand if people are like, he should have to earn it. No criticisms of that. But it would be nothing to put him in a fatal four-way and have him win that. And then he's earned it, right? So I sort of feel like, yeah, Jinder. You know, if honestly, if people are going to be so down on him being in this position and don't even think he should get this shot, why is he even here? To be a manager of Indus-Shia? Like, is that really the level? Is that, like, he's better than that? He can have matches. He can cut promos. He's a good promo. He's a really good promo. I told the story of watching Talking Smack. Oh, wow! Wow! Ivar jumped off the rope. Otis caught him. Look at this. Bang! Caught him, held him, and planted him. Even Otis was surprised. Otis went as soon as he did it. That was sick. That was really, really fun. That was really fun. He did so well, and he held him for a moment there. Yeah, Ivar has been really good solo. Anna Dawes earlier gave us a list of people that are rumored to be getting released, but I really don't know where that information came from. I don't know if Anna's still around. She's probably mentioned it like a million times and I've just not seen. But yeah, Viking Raiders were on that list, and I said, well, I wouldn't want to lose Ivar. I mean, to be honest, it was Otis that did the move. The Caterpillar, crowd her into this. Oh man, pumping up, elbow drop. 1, 2, shoulder up by Ivar. Valhalla watching on the outsides. Tell you what, Otis doing good, man. Ellis Stubb, shout out to you. Ivar getting up to his feet. Otis looking for a choke slam. I think that's a bit ambitious. Shot coming in there by Otis. Boot coming in there by Ivar. Cartwheel. Oh! Beautiful kick there by Ivar. Going over to the corner. Spinning heel kick. He's climbing up. Ivar's climbing up. Is he looking for the moonsault? He's got him in position. Moonsault connects. 2, 3, and it's a win for Ivar. Do you know what? It was short, but it didn't need to be anything else. Didn't need to be super long. It was short, but it was impressive. Oh, Akira Tozawa getting right in the face of Ivar. I'm big, little man. I'm big, little man. You want to step up to me? I'm big, little man. The words, the poetic words of Ivar. Just showing a replay of that moonsault. I'd be tempted to see what Ivar's ceiling is as a solo star. If I'm Triple H, that's something that I'd be curious about. I don't think he's main eventer, but he's definitely around a mid-card, said Ellis Stubb. Johnny said, Happy New Year. I want to know where's Chad Gable. I don't know, actually. Not aware of any injuries or anything. I don't know if they mentioned where Gable was. Oh, here's Jey Uso. Yeets! I still love that shirt. I really love that shirt. The blurry Yeet shirt. Yay. New Yeet. Happy New Yeet. He said he wants to win his first ever singles WWE Championship. Oh, here's Bronson. Jimmy Uso's little brother. You're not the only one with plans to be a champion in 2024. Don't get in the way. I love the chain that Jay's gone. Looks good on that black shirt. Cody and Shinsuke, the street fights coming up next. It's a bit early, isn't it? It's quite early. Chad could just be on vacation. Sammy requested and was granted some, said AF Chris. That is true. Jay has a great solo run. I wonder if he'll stay a babyface, said Rustic Beauty. Danny says yeet yeet. Yeet. Otis is never late when the dinner bell rings. Are they blurring the word on his shirt? No, it's actually blurred. So they're not doing it. I just thought I'd clean my microphone. I've got these cleaning things. So I thought I'd clean the microphone, then I knocked the cable out. No, yeah, I was saying, I think I got the wrong impression as to why they released it. I thought it was because he, suicide dives through the air and does, quite a lot of, flying through the air, splashes, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of other people think it's because the word was banned, and so they're sort of censoring it. That's what they're doing. But they released the shirt after they got the rights to the word, so I don't know. It could be that. I think that's a little bit insider if that is the reason, you know? So perhaps they just think it looks cool. Perhaps that's the truth. They just think it looks cool. I think it looks awesome. I love it. I love it. I don't know if anyone's come out and actually said why they're doing it, but the real reason, not the speculation reason. But I like it. Sound is back, yes. I thought I would just enjoy the sound all to myself for a moment as I just cleaned the microphone a little bit. And I knocked the cable out. Lol. These microphones, they're really good, but the cable that connects is super loose. It's rubbish. You'd think it would really click in or screw in or something. It doesn't. It's just living on a prayer. So that is a bit of a fault with these microphones, to be honest. But they are lovely microphones. Shout out to Mute. Shout out to Mute. Zoom Station said, all I want to do is zoom, zoom, zoom. A. Jobson said, Jay needs to win. Bronson has got credible wins against Gable and Ivar and had a good showing against Gunther. Next week, R-Truth and The Miz are taking on Finn Balor and Damian Priest. R-Truth and The Miz in action next week. Now, Cody... Oh, hang on. DIY are going to take on JD and Dirty Dom next week. Oh, Gunther returns next week. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these kinds of matches where Tommaso beats JD. Did he beat JD? Can't remember who. No, beats Finn. And now we've got DIY taking on JD. And do you know what I mean? It's filler, isn't it? It's filler. DIY are going to have to beat every member of Judgment Day. I'd imagine after that it'll be like Johnny Gargano going up against Finn on his own or something. This is what we did before with like Sammy and Jay and Cody against Judgment Day. We just got different versions. I need you to set me free. And I need you to vote in our poll. Did you hear that Eric Bischoff's comments about Mercedes said big time? Yeah, I think you tagged me in the tweet, didn't you? So he said that there'd be no impact if you look at all the names that have come in. They haven't had an impact, and so why would she have an impact? And I don't necessarily disagree. I feel like I see more Sasha fans online than I do, say, Edge fans. Or, like, you know, she's got some real stands, you know? Sasha stands are like a thing. And that women's division really could do with a boost, and she would be a hell of a boost. But yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think that, and we keep using it as the example, but WCW, they started really getting somewhere when the NWO was formed and Hogan was the mystery man and NWO started. You know, Hogan had been in WCW for a while by that point. But it wasn't until the NWO really got going that things started to turn in WCW's favor. So if they bring in Mercedes, you know, is that going to be enough for them to start regular getting to 1 million? No. And I don't think anyone's saying that that is what's going to happen, right? It's going to come down to how you use her, what the storyline is. Just the same as it's been with Adam Copeland. It's about how you use him, what the storyline is. Adam Copeland's storyline, way too cluttered with Nick Wayne and Kill Switch and, you know, all this kind of stuff. There's Nick Wayne's mom and all this kind of stuff, right? It's just way too cluttered. And they botched his first match. They botched his first promo. Like, they've done a great job of botching Adam Copeland, I would say, since he joined. I heard as well that the match with... I was listening to Cornette's review of Adam Copeland Christian. He said he was genuinely looking forward to it. And he just went through a list of reasons as to why it really underwhelmed and why it didn't live up to his expectations. It just seems like they're continuing to botch with Adam Copeland. So, I mean, you could look at it and go, well, they'll probably botch Mercedes as well. And they probably will. So, I agree. Her joining alone is not going to get them to 1 million for Dynamite each week. But she may be the spark that really ignites that women's division, you know? She could be a bit of a missing piece of the puzzle. I mean, they've just got Deonna Purrazzo. Jamie Hayter could come back. You got Britt Baker right there. Thunder Rosa's just come back. Like, all of a sudden, you don't have to scramble around too much to get together a pretty good-looking women's division. There's loads of dross. There's loads of people that should be in a developmental. But you can gather together enough women where you go, actually, that's pretty good. Timeless Toni Storm, Hikaru Shida, Mercedes, Deonna Purrazzo, Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter. There's 6. Chris Statlander, she's alright. 7. Athena, 8. It's not alright, isn't it? It's not bad. And then you could potentially, like, you know, start to tell some stories, and then maybe those stories would get you where you need to go. But yeah, look, Mercedes, I think we all know what would happen. She'll come in, AEW will do a big rate in that first week, it'll go back down again unless they do something worthwhile that really gets people talking. It'll just go back down to where it was. But at least when she comes in, there will be that spike. And then it's up to them to capitalize on that. It's up to them to maintain that, you know. So I don't disagree with them. I don't disagree with him. Is her signing alone going to be enough to like turn that company around? No. But she may start a creative process that does start moving things in that direction. So better to have her than not have her. That's the way I would look at it. Is it better to have Mercedes or not have Mercedes? It's got to be better to have her. Imagine if they got Julia as well. People seem to really love that girl. This Julia girl, no, I saw no one talking about her until she was linked to WWE. And then I think what's happened is people have gone off to look into her. They've seen that she's got some good matches, some good highlights. She looks great. She can speak English. And I think a load of people have gone, oh my God, I really like this girl. I'd love to see her come into WWE. And all of a sudden now everyone's raving about her. Like she's like the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm sure there were people aware of Stardom before as well, right? But not the amount of people that are talking about her now. No flipping way. No flipping way. I ain't got a clue who she was. But there's a fair bit of hype around her now. So... And I've seen them videos doing the rounds that have like her highlights and show you like some of her moves and all that kind of stuff. So I've seen probably the same sort of stuff that a lot of you have seen. I like what I've seen, to be honest, and I like the look of her. So definitely down for her coming into WWE. But imagine if AEW get her as well as Mercedes, as well as just signing Deonna. That would be a real injection into their women's division. Uday said if WWE is planning Roman for both nights of WrestleMania against Cody and The Rock, then maybe Roman is gonna lose it all. Elizabeth said a story is never over until the last chapter is written. Big Time said no one is watching Stardom outside of people who can't get enough of wrestling. Well, yeah, but also I think if you've got a soft spot for women's wrestling and you really want to watch like some of the best women's wrestling, you may just choose Stardom over other stuff. To be honest, I could be tempted to watch a bit of Stardom because I don't watch Impact, I don't watch MLW, I don't really watch AEW now. I just keep an eye on what's happening as conversations come up. But I do love women's wrestling. I really love women's wrestling. I think that they have been really underserved in the history of wrestling. I loved Alundra Blaze. When I went back and learned about wrestling history, I loved Wendy Richter. I loved the Jumping Bomb Angels. I loved Bull Nakano. That got me into All Japan Women. So then I was like looking at some of that stuff, and it's brilliant that we've got Becky, Bianca, Rhea, Io, Bayley, Charlotte, all these great competitive women now putting on matches like we saw last year with Rhea and Charlotte. In fact, some of the best matches we've seen in recent years have come from the women. I mean, there's been some fantastic matches. Becky and Bianca at WrestleMania 38 and Rhea and Charlotte. I mean, you could maybe make an argument that the women have had like the best matches at the past two WrestleManias. I mean, granted, Gunther, Drew, Sheamus have to be in the conversation as well, but Charlotte Rhea this last year now was brilliant. WrestleMania 38, Becky and Bianca was amazing. So it's great to see. I love women's wrestling. I could be really tempted to get into Stardom. It's just time, innit? It's just time. I wouldn't even know where to go, to be honest, to watch it. But it is true. There's no way the amount of people that are talking about her also watch Stardom on a regular basis. There is no way. So That's fine. I think all that's happened is there's been a bit of buzz, and wrestling fans love to be in the know. If there's one thing we know about wrestling fans, they love to know everything that's going on. And that's great. That's fine. Not judging. It's not a problem. I'm the same. So I think what's happened is, like, her name's come up. People have looked into it, watched a few highlight videos, and they've really took to her. And they're like, really like the look of this girl. And so, you know, she's kind of created a bit of a buzz online. So if wherever she goes, she's, you know, there's going to be a fair few people. Oh, look at that kid. There's going to be a fair few people that know about her now. And apparently she is leaving. She is expected to come to either WWE or AEW. So Cody made his way down to the ring, and he gave his weight belt to a kid in the front row, and the kid in the front row got all excited. Right. Okay, 52%. Great. 28%. All-time. 9%. 8%. Love it. Love it. Cody versus Shinsuke street fight to end this week's Raw. I think it's a Raw that has felt a little more like a standard Raw. This is the sort of Raw that I can't see why you can't get this Raw every week, to be honest. There's nothing really, maybe outside of a CM Punk appearance. There's nothing really here that's not repeatable each week. A big juicy main event as well. Shinsuke Nakamura against Cody. In another universe, we could have had this match at Wrestle Kingdom. Both of these guys were over in New Japan at one point. Not at the same time, as far as I remember. Shinsuke pushes Cody. Clubbing blows there as Shinsuke goes against the ropes. And he goes underneath that bottom rope to the outside. Cody against the ropes. Goes after Shinsuke. Big shot. Shinsuke throws a shot to the midsection. They're fighting in the entranceway. So we're on the entranceway. Shinsuke throwing in some shots. Cody throwing in some shots. Back and forth. Cody has got Shinsuke into the barricade. He's got Shinsuke dragging him down to the ring again into the barricades. Man, that kid is so overjoyed. Massive smile on his face that he got that Cody weight belt. I'm not surprised, man. I mean, Bret Hart used to give out glasses. Those glasses were about $5. That Cody weight belt's like $100 or something. I mean, that is a serious gift. I mean, I wonder what the kids even do with them. Do they just put them on the wall or something? Can't imagine the kids are like going out lifting weights. And let's be honest, they ain't lifting the kind of weight that even needs a weight belt. Bottle of water smashed into the head of Shinsuke. So we got 20 odd minutes left to go. Of course, there's going to be lots of commercial breaks, but we are underway with this match. Crowd are chanting, "We want tables." Cody, I'm sure, will give them tables at some point. Shinsuke rolls out the ring. That "We want tables" chant is getting a little bit louder. Cody, didn't know where he had gone. Nakamura went and got a broom. Wallop Cody with a broom. Nakamura gets a kendo stick. Back in the ring. Boom! Wallops Cody with a kendo. This has been a great Raw to me, said AF Chris. I feel like the promos often run too long, and this has been perf with a lot of smaller matches. Cody out the ring. Lance said, what happened to Omos? Nothing. I think they just save him as an attraction, so he could definitely be in the Rumble. Defo. James said Jeff Hardy and Tony Storm because Tony was contract tampering, but you AEW marks want to believe only WWE does that. Joseph said, I would rather have the purple stuff. Cosmic Chan said, I don't think this Raw was great. It's more okay, good. Well, you can vote for this Raw, and we've got all the show scores. So I think I showed you the match scores earlier, but we are also, as a community, now starting to record the match scores. Should I have been doing this from the start? Yes, I should have been recording the show scores. I've even gone a little bit further with the show scores and color-coded them because, you know, I've got no life. So this is where we are. I've included everything, even all the shows. So I think SmackDown. I don't think I was adding last week's shows. Don't know. I was starting to just fall a little bit behind, but I sat down and I went through them and I did them all. So at the moment, these are all the scores. So you can see that SmackDown, the 9th of December, is the top scoring show. The one from last week, Raw last week, is the 3rd highest scoring show. The 3rd highest. The system might be a little bit confusing for people to understand. I suppose all you need to know is this first number. The first number is all you need to know. So you can see great 85, great 82, great 80, great 79, great 72, blah, 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 blah. Actually, that great 79, look, you can see there's 2 shows that are 79. And then the number I used to separate them, that turned out to be the same as well. So just by chance, the 15th of December and the 18th of December, the SmackDown and the Raw both scored exactly the same. But all the rest are pretty good. And so that's all the greats. These are the goods. And it's got the pay-per-views in there as well. So you can see SummerSlam didn't do... Well, it was not bad. But it was below Crown Jewel. It was below Payback. It was below Fastlane. People love NXT No Mercy. That's the biggest one that we've done. So, yeah, as a community now, we are recording the show scores. And we are recording the match scores. And I really think that's going to make for a very interesting year. That means that at the end of the year, we can talk about what the best Raws were, what the best SmackDowns were, what the best NXTs were, what the best premium live events were, what the worst SmackDowns were, what the worst Raws were, what the worst NXT was, what the worst premium live events were, the best matches, the best SmackDown matches, best Raw. We can do all of these. And we will. We will. I could see quite a few videos talking about the best matches of the year, the worst matches, the best Raw matches, the worst Raw matches, the best SmackDown matches. So it just makes sense, doesn't it? Should have done it a long time ago, but I'm an idiot. Right, we are back to the action. Cody with a kendo stick, walloping away, knee to the midsection there by Shinsuke. Cody is on the top rope as Shinsuke comes over. Big knee strike. Cody goes down. AF Chris said, thank you, Days and everyone, for compiling that data. Oh, well, it's just people that vote. It's all down to you lot. That's all. It's nothing for me to take it and put it in a little thing like that. But, yeah, no, I think it's going to be really interesting. And we can just keep an eye on it throughout the, you know, each show as it's, like, going along. Nakamura is over by the ropes. Cody down. So Nakamura in control at the moment. 17 minutes left to go. Big Time said, with the entire back catalogue of WWE's library, what's wrong with recycling old segments and adding some twists from show from time to time? Raw can feel formulaic at times. Well, I mean, there's nothing. I think we do that with stories. I don't know that we do it with whole shows. Because obviously each storyline is kind of in its own certain place. So I don't think you'd ever take a Raw and just copy that, if you will. Because each storyline is at a different stage and needs its own certain thing, and we're trying to get to certain places. So, but yeah, I mean, storylines are recycled. We see lots of, this is why things can be fairly predictable. As you said, a bit formulaic maybe sometimes, but some of these wrestling tropes are tried and tested, you know? It's a bit like what I was saying earlier about how I wouldn't have Cody win the Rumble, or I wouldn't have him win Elimination Chamber. I'd have him win a gauntlet match and have him as a mystery person. You know, we've seen that before. I ain't coming up with anything new. You know, we've seen mystery people in gauntlet matches go on to win them. So a lot of things that we end up doing have been done before. And you can definitely go into the past and pull out some good stuff. I've got no problem with that. I actually think a modern TLC, that came up in conversation the other day. We were talking about, imagine if we did like a TLC tag team match, you know, like when we had the Dudleys and the Hardys and Edge and Christian. And that is so loved. But I mean, that is over 20 years ago. So why can't we run that now with 3 modern teams and do like a TLC at WrestleMania 40? With 3 tag teams like that? Would be amazing. Be brilliant. Cody going for the cover, but Shinsuke gets his shoulder up. Right now with Raw, it's in-ring promo, match, backstage segment, match, video package, match, and repeat. We need the segments that differentiate things. If you take segments outside the building... Well, we did that last week with Kaden and Katana in the club, and we had a lot of praise for that. But I don't know that they're going to be able to do that every week. And we did get the R-Truth video package thing. So I sort of feel like, you know, they're mixing it up a bit more now. And I think you'll see them continue to mix it up a bit more under Triple H. Plus, with Kevin Dunn just gone, I mean, you know, we've already seen a promo being cut as Tommaso was making his way to Gorilla, which, you know, don't normally see that. That's not something I've seen before. It's not big change, but it does make you wonder what else may change. Because the rest of the show feels largely the same presentation-wise, doesn't it? You wouldn't really notice that Kevin Dunn wasn't there. But that's because he trained, basically, the people that have replaced him. Nakamura with some nunchucks. Tries to come down on Cody. Cody gets out the way. This crowd have been really good tonight, said Brony. Shinsuke is going all kinds of Bruce Lee with the nunchucks, said David. Cody has got a chair. Samantha has got out the way. Don't know where she's gone. She turned invisible. Oh, missed! Wow, that was so good. Oh, wow, he just missed-ed that dude. Was that meant to be the timekeeper? So he went to Mr. Cody, but he ended up missing that guy. Look, Cody's like, can we get some help? Oh, man, he got him good as well. He got him really good. Cody's like, and he gets walloped by the chair. That's such a good moment. That's a really good moment. Another chair shot there by Shinsuke. Oh, man. He just got misted goods. I mean, he ain't going to appreciate it, but... and it's the red poison mist too, said David. Ah, that's the worst kind of mist. It's not the soothing blue mist. It's the burning red mist. Poor guy. Yeah. Hayden, shout out to you. The R-Truth promo was hilarious. The baby Judgment Day was awesome, said AF Chris. Wrestlemania said the guy that took the mist is Tugboat's son. He's the timekeeper. I think that makes him Cody's cousin when you think about it. Oh. Is that really Tugboat's son? Is it? He needed to fall over them in tribute to the Shockmaster. He took that miss so well. Well, he probably took it too well, actually. His face is just absolutely covered. Right, we've got 11 minutes to go. 11 minutes. Why do Texas death matches get 5-star? Street Fight doesn't get 5 or 4-star. Well, it depends who's voting, doesn't it? If it's WWE, Dave Meltzer's going to struggle. I know a lot of people have a pop at Dave Meltzer, right? And I, have in the past as well. I'm sure I will continue to at times. But I genuinely think he doesn't necessarily care for the cartoony style of sports entertainment WWE put on, right? When you compare it to maybe if any of you watched Wrestle Kingdom and some of the action from Wrestle Kingdom, you can see that there is a difference between that Japanese New Japan style and the Western WWE style. Like, they're clearly different styles of wrestling, right? One is very polished, very, hit certain time spots because we've got to get to commercial break, do certain moments at certain points. Whereas the other one is a bit more of an expressive art form, it feels. Whereas the WWE one gets in the bits it needs to get in the time frame it needs to get it in. And it's a bit more calculated, formulaic. And, it's got to hit its time markers, right? Because it is a polished, professional TV product. So I just think the truth is that this is not a product that he cares for as much as the New Japan style of, wrestling expression, if you will. And that's fine. I just think, why worry about his thoughts and why get upset about his thoughts if you acknowledge that? If you acknowledge that, yes, he does not care for the WWE product as much as he does, say, the AEW product or the New Japan product, then, why do people get upset? I long ago accepted that what he thinks about AEW matches compared to WWE matches is not in line with my thoughts. So just stop paying attention. I will still look to see what he scores WWE matches, but I won't compare them to AEW because that's irrelevant. I will compare them to other WWE matches, So if he scores some at 5 stars, I will want to know why he thinks that's 5 stars and Undertaker Shawn Michaels wasn't. Or if I thought someone was 5 stars and he gives it 4, then I'd be like, why is he not seen what I've seen? But I'm not worried about looking at something and going, oh, he scored John Moxley, blah blah blah. Who cares? Give us a flip. I don't give a flip what he thinks about AEW. Give a flip what he thinks about New Japan, right? Because he likes those products more. He likes those products. So I'll just use him to compare WWE with WWE. 7 minutes. Table in the ring. I just heard a noise. Like a little rustling noise. I was like, what the hell's that? Table in the ring. If I was Dave Meltzer, I would be giving Roman Reigns 5 stars, said Austin. What, just that's it? 5 stars to Roman. For just being him. Shinsuke in the corner. Austin, what did you get for Christmas? Tell me one thing you got for Christmas. Oh, double knees into Cody. Cody goes through the table. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Joseph said, compared to most Americans, the British seem fancier, said Joseph. Oh, that doesn't strike me as a bad comment. Fancier. I think there is a stereotype, isn't there, that British people are not posh, but like, I don't know. I can tell you, living in England, that is not my experience. Have you ever seen Little Britain? Have you ever seen The In-Betweeners? Nakamura getting into the ring. Cole's voice sounds shot, said Ellis Dub. Cosmic Tron, shout out to you. Dave's Meltzer on The Observer, when explaining AEW's decline in TV and fan interest, said they're not hot. It's not a product because every time they put on a show, it's mostly a great show. Yeah, I wouldn't get upset by it. I don't know. I don't look to him for AEW opinion. I feel like there is, I don't know that it's a bias. I just think it's more that that is a product he enjoys, you know? Knee strike there by 1, 2, shoulder up. In a way, I would say it's the exact opposite to Jim Cornette. I feel like if you're an AEW fan, I don't know that you would listen to Jim Cornette to get his opinion, because you can pretty much guarantee he's going to be down on everything before you've even listened to what he said, right? I know that there are certain things that he may praise once in a blue moon, but by and large, he's going to be down on everything AEW before you've even clicked on it. So if you're an AEW fan, I can't imagine that you're listening to Jim Cornette, you know? Shoulder up there by Shinsuke. So I feel like Dave Meltzer is the opposite to Jim Cornette. If you're an AEW fan, you'd probably listen to Meltzer. Or maybe you'd listen to both and get both perspectives and then see how you feel. Or maybe you've got the ability to think for yourself. I'd like to think you do. I would like to think you do. Cody with Shinsuke, comes off the middle rope. Cody cutter connects. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out by Shinsuke. Kick out by Shinsuke. You don't have to like the man. You don't have to agree. But you do have to respect his ability to endure. Cody trying to get all kind of fired up. Whoa. He's back on his feet. Screaming out at the fans. Cody grabbing Shinsuke. Looking for a crossroads. Nakamura rolling up Cody. Kick coming in there by Nakamura. I feel like Cody's winning this, but I really would not mind Nakamura winning it. He's took a few L's recently, but he's just gone into the table. He's been hit with the crossroads. 1, 2. Well, that conversation's done. Cody Rhodes picks up the victory. But yeah, I really wouldn't have minded Shinsuke winning that. Cody picks up a win. For Cody, it's now onto the Rumble match. Nakamura going into that table, getting hit with the crossroads, and this guy can't buy a win. Goes up against Seth, loses. Goes up against Cody, loses. Can Cody become just the 4th person to win back-to-back Rumbles? No. There's a little graphic in the corner that says on Raw Talk, we're getting Kaden and Katana, I think Chelsea and Piper maybe, and Jinder Mahal. So hearing from Jinder is going to be quite interesting. So put in your thoughts about the match. Put in your thoughts about the match. What did you think about the match? Not the show. So news coming out of... Not the show, the match. Because if you want to vote on the show, then you need to go over to Wrestling Days Clips. You need to go over there because I'm about to put the poll up. And if you go over to Wrestling Days Clips and click on the community tab, you'll see the poll. You've got to give me a second because I'm literally typing it out. But you'll see the poll. And again, the reason why we put it over there is because I don't really want to clog up this channel with polls. But it does allow us an extra option. If I was to do it here, I've only got 4 options. If I do it here, I've got 5. I like that extra option. What do you score WWE Raw? And it was the 1st of, or the 8th of the 1st, 2024. That poll is live right now, baby. Right now. You can go over to Wrestling Days Clips and you can vote. Votey vote. Here it is, look. There I am. And if you click on community, you'll see it is here, this top one. And SmackDown. I might have already added this one. But SmackDown, that was what that scored on Friday. Have I added it already? Oh, I don't know that I have, actually. I don't know that I have. So the way that I do it is I take the biggest one. So that's great, 52%. And then I add anything that's above. Because these people thought the show was great. But clearly the people that voted all time, they thought it was great as well. But they thought it was even better. And they went the next level above. But I'm going to include them. So this is great 75%. Great 75%. So the first number would be great 75. And then the second number is the 52% that it actually scored. So Is that a little bit complicated? Maybe. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. So Great 75 actually puts it there. So Great 75%. Great 53. Is it 53? Is that what it scored? 52. 52. Don't know why it's all blue, but it is, and we need to accept that. That is SmackDown. First, what was the date on Friday? It was the 5th. It was the 5th. Boom. That needs to all be in white. And it is. That needs to go bold. I want that in white as well, because that's going to annoy me. And there we go, baby. There we go. So, great 75%. And that means that it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th best show that we've seen so far. The 7th best show. Let's go. Let's go. So, yeah, if you want to vote, what we'll do is we will add Raw to that list. We'll see what Raw scored tomorrow during the NXT stream, and then we will add the NXT score during the SmackDown stream, and then we'll add the SmackDown score during the Raw stream. We always do the previous show on the next stream. I hope that makes sense. So, yeah, you can vote right now. We had 460 votes for SmackDown on Friday. It's amazing, isn't it? That's really good. Wasn't long ago we were getting like 250 votes, and so 460 is really good. So hopefully we can get a good number of votes for this Raw one. So yeah, you can go over there. Right, where are we? Let's get a few. Pay-per-view should be purple, said Jim. Do you think that would be better? Purple. Purple. Have we got purple? Like that? That better? Jim, if you want purple, you can go purple. Purple. There we go. Done. I'm a man. I'm a man of the people. Let's click back over to the stream. We'll get a few final comments. I need to record this as well. I'm sick of saying goodbye, and then thankfully I've always written it down. But sometimes I'm like, right, thanks for watching, bye for now, blah, 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 blah. And I don't actually end this final poll. So I need to make sure I don't fall into that bad habit. So I do definitely need to end this poll. In fact, I'm going to do it now. So that I definitely have got it. So Cody against Nakamura. Cody Nakamura. Where is it? Is great. 49%. Wow, people enjoyed it. People enjoyed it. 49%. I'm going to add these after, as I said. If I try to add them during the show, it could be a nightmare. Can't be doing this and maths. The real Kyle said, what did I say about anyone that likes corny? I said they... Oh, it's gone. Hang on. I'm going to still look at it. I said they call themselves a cult. Is that a lie? He got fired for racist comments. Is that a lie? He got worked by Tony over the devil. Is that a lie? Well... him getting fired about racist comments isn't a lie, but it's a bit of a grey area because the joke is a joke that could be taken a few different ways, and I think the way that he intended it is not the way that certain people took it. So I think to say that that joke was a racist joke is debatable. Let's put it that way. Debatable. Because I watched the show that he made that joke on. And actually, do you know what? I've never gone back to see what my live reaction was to that joke. But I watched the show that he said it on. And I saw the fallout of it afterwards. And the way that I took the joke was not in a way that was racist. But I can understand why people would have took it as a racist joke. But the way I took it was the way he came out and explained it afterwards. So that one, I don't think it was intended to be racist. But yes, I think you could take it as a racist joke, right? So is that a lie? It's not a lie. I mean, they said to him, like, apologize for it. And because he didn't intend for it to be racist and didn't believe it to be racist, I think he understood it could be taken as racist. He didn't want to apologize for it. And so that's why they parted ways. So I don't believe he was fired. And I don't believe the joke was intended to be racist. So I would say that one is debatable, right? What was the other ones? People call themselves a cult. Is that a lie? No, they call themselves the Cult of Cornet. That's true. That's true. I think it's just a playful name, though. What was the other one? And he got worked by Tony Khan over the devil. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't really. I mean, I listen to him from time to time. If I see his videos get recommended, I'll watch them. I listen to his perspective on things. I agree with him on some stuff. I disagree with him on other stuff. I wouldn't say I passionately love him and listen to everything he says and rah believe everything he says. But equally, I think he does say some stuff that does make sense as well. I don't know. Some people love him, some people hate him. I think I'm sort of in the middle. I might be quite rare. I'm in the middle. I'm like, there's bits I agree with, there's bits I disagree with. I really disagree with his take on women's wrestling. He's not a fan of women's wrestling. I disagree with that. Where are we? 11 minutes. Real Kyle said, I listen to all of his podcasts. He does have some good insights on the old days of the business. He has left his professionalism does to someone who is old. Taylor Swift fans call themselves Swifties. Beyonce fans call themselves the Beehive, do they? The Beehive. Nicki fans call themselves Barbs. It's a nickname. They call themselves the Beehive. Cody Rhodes, I hope he gets eliminated by Maxine Dupree, said Blue Chew. Big Time said, 8 months left for SmackDown on Fox. Do you think they have got something big for the premiere on USA? Oh, I'm sure of it, yeah. Yeah, they'll have a star-studded show. They'll bring out all the guns. I can't remember what they did when they first went to Fox, to be honest. So, might be worth revisiting that and seeing what the first show on Fox was. But I'm sure it was not just a regular episode. I think Damian Priest cashes in on Seth next week. Seth will be in the Rumble, as said by CM Punk said any other business. Kashawn said, what do you rate the show tonight? What do I rate the show tonight? Do I rate the show tonight? It was fine. Probably like a 6.75. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, for me, like, average okay is like 6.25, 6.25, maybe 6.5. I think it was a little better than that. I really enjoyed the R-Truth thing. I don't think any match really grabbed me. Otis and Ivar was pretty good. I like Kaden and Katana. I didn't love the match. Main event was okay, but I didn't love it, to be honest. Yeah. 6.75. About that. The opening segment was better than the rest of the show for me, said Trini, with the exception of R-Truth. I really agree with that. I was really captivated by that first promo, and the R-Truth thing was really fun. None of the matches really did it for me, but they didn't disappoint either. I wasn't, like, you know, bored or anything. But I would struggle to say any of the matches were better than the Drew CM Punk promo. So I agree with that. Philip said, what's your excitement level for the Rumble? Oh, very high. I mean, I love Rumbles anyway. Who doesn't? So it ain't going to be hard for me to get super excited. I would say my excitement level for any Rumble starts at an 8. I mean, it really is one of my favourite pay-per-views. Because you just never know what surprises you might get. And, I mean, it's a Rumble, innit? Everyone loves the Rumble. And what with CM Punk being involved this year, the potential of AJ Lee, you know, there's a few other little surprises they could have up their sleeve. I mean, yeah, feeling like 8.5, something like this. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy and say 10 or anything like that. I must admit, I'm not a fan of Roman, Randy, AJ, LA Knight. I'm not a fan. I would have much preferred it be Roman against Randy. But there was, I think this was Meltzer. He said that was the plan, but they think that Roman Randy is actually quite big money. So they didn't want to do it at the Rumble because it will be overshadowed by the Rumble. And it's clearly going to be overshadowed by The Rock and Cody and all that stuff. So they feel like this is a match they could maybe do again later in the year. So the decision was made to go with the Fatal 4-Way, really to protect the match with Randy, because they think there's a match there further down the road that they can revisit one-on-one. And do you know what? I'd agree, because I think that Roman against Randy is the match I want. And they're not giving it me. So to read that the reason they're not giving it me is because they feel that it's a good match and, you know, we could do it further down the road. You go, oh, yeah, that does make sense, because that is actually the match I want now. So, yeah, I'd say that's probably taking away a little from my enthusiasm. And obviously we don't know the rest of the card yet, but love the Rumble. Who doesn't? Many people's favourites. Trini said, I don't like or actively dislike any of the wrestling critics, as I'm aware their job is to criticise. You're not meant to agree or disagree, but just to listen to their point of view. That's a really healthy way to think about it, actually. I really like that. I would say if there's people out there that you really just find yourself disagreeing with all the time, and there's people out there that you're just like, what are you on about or whatever, I mean, then you stop listening to those people. But if there's people that you listen to and you can at least see where they're coming from, and you can sort of see that they have an understanding of what they're on about, and like, I think that's a really healthy way of like going about it. As I said, with Jim Cornette, I listen to him, and I think some of the stuff he says, I'm like, yeah, I feel that way. But then he'll say stuff, and I'm like, nah, I don't agree with that. and it can be a little bit of a mixed bag, but I think he's quite entertaining with his delivery, and he's very passionate in what he believes, and I really respect that, because he's been in the industry as well, and he's been a booker, and he's run his own promotion. I mean, obviously that adds a lot of weight to what he says. And so I don't sit down and listen to his full podcasts, but I see enough videos get recommended, and I'll click on them and just have them on in the background. I feel like I listen to the bits I want to listen to, rather than sitting down and listening to, like, you know, the whole thing. And I do that with a few people, you know. I mean, Conan's podcast, Something to Wrestle With, like a lot of those comrade ones. Who's that guy that does the Dutch Mantel one? I like him. I think he's a really good co-host. Can't remember his name. I like him though. The guy that does the Dutch Mantel one. So yeah, I like that one. I've listened to JBL and Briscoe's podcast a bit. They're a bit more old-timey. They don't talk so much about the new stuff, but I still like listening to that. I mean, there's loads in there. There's tons of podcasts out there. You'll never struggle to find wrestling podcasts and conversations. There's tons out there. So yeah, I mean, it's a good time to be a wrestling fan. If you want to get reaction to shows or get people's thoughts on where things are going, you're pretty much spoiled for choice, really. I'm just very into making up your own mind, said Trini. Listening to others that are smarter than you, consider their advice, then decide based on your own mind. Alan said, I would like to see Sammy win a Rumble. Yes. So with you on that. I feel like the crowd would love it. I would love it. And that's all that matters. That's it. I love Rumbles and I love Sammy and I want that to happen. So I am totally with you. Maggie said, I love his passion too. I don't agree with everything, but he always makes me laugh. James is the Dutch one. James. Yeah. I like him. He seems pretty cool. Big Time said, the biggest match ever, Rock versus Roman, happening at 5 a.m. for Americans. Potentially waking up to spoilers can suck. Listen, I think you've got to look at wrestling a different way now. I think you've got to look at WWE as a global brand rather than just an American brand. So, you know, cry me a river. Do you know what I mean? UK fans having to wake up for every Raw, every SmackDown, every NXT, every pay-per-view, potentially to spoilers as well. You know, this is a UK fan's life. So, you know, if American fans can't adjust for the occasional pay-per-view, I'm gonna struggle to find sympathy. You know, I think that it's healthier to look at it as like an exciting change, you know, rather than like, oh, it's not on at 8 o'clock or whatever. It's like, stay up. I mean, if it's on a Saturday night, I can't imagine too many of you have got stuff to do on a Sunday. So yeah, it's their biggest audience, America, but we cater to America for everything. Like, most Raws, most SmackDowns, NXTs, most premium live events, they all come from America. So if we're going to do stuff in Australia, if we're going to go to France, if we're going to go to Germany, if we're going to go to UK, if we're going to do stuff in Saudi Arabia, it's going to be at different times, you know? I think TKO and Endeavor are looking at the world and they're looking at, like, yeah, America's our number one market, but we just want to put big shows on around the world. And to be honest, if people are going to pay us money to put those big shows on, then we're going to gravitate towards that. This is a business, you know? And listen, if people want to watch Rock versus Roman, they'll stay up, yeah? It's like when boxing's on, like, in the middle of the night. People will stay up. to watch the boxing. So, and do you know what? If fans don't stay up to watch it, then that's going to be really interesting data for Endeavour, isn't it? It's going to be really interesting. TKO and Endeavour, that's going to be real, because then all of a sudden, will they look at it and go, oh, we didn't get that one quite right? Because we took a load of money from Australia, but it really hurt our viewing figures. So, you know, that'll give them data going forward to make even more educated decisions, you know? So, it's difficult for me to have a great deal of sympathy when it's just sneaking up to 4:30 right now in the morning, right? And there's plenty of UK fans that watch these shows and then have to get to work the next day. I mean, tomorrow is Saturday, so if anyone watched Raw tonight, they've got to get to bed, get up and get to work or whatever. I mean, if you want to watch Raw on a Monday night, chances are you've got work on Tuesday or you've got school on Tuesday. So, I mean, it's just the life of a fan over here. So, to do it once, to watch that, you know. I'm struggling. I'm struggling to find the sympathy. Boxing and UFC can be on quite late, said AF Chris. I think there's something really special about it as well, you know, though. You know, I think that if you are a WWE fan, Rock versus Roman is something very special. The fact it's happening, like, in the middle of the night, like, that's special as well. This is what I was saying. I wouldn't look at it as an inconvenience. It is. But I would look at it as, like, you've kind of got to plan your day and plan it in advance and get your snacks ready and maybe go to bed and get yourself up so that you can then watch it, like, you know, and be awake for it. And it's a bit different, isn't it? I think there's something really special about watching stuff in the early hours of the morning. You know, I think there's something really, I think it makes it special. I really do. I mean, Rock versus Roman being on at whatever time it's going to be on, in the early hours of the morning in America, like, you're going to remember that. That's different. You've probably had to do a little bit of work, maybe go to bed or, you know, drink copious amounts of coffee or whatever it is. It's different. It's going to stand out. I would think it healthier to look at it that way rather than like, oh, boo-hoo, it's not on at 11 o'clock at night, you know? Like everything else is for me. I would look at it as an adventure rather than an inconvenience. What is the time zone in Perth right now? It's about 11:30 Eastern. I don't know. I am not in Perth. I don't know. It's better to be a wrestling fan over being insert promotion fan. I need more from Punk. The promos are cool, but him and Drew not trading punches and getting a match out of that just seems like wasted time. He needs a match before the Rumble. Don't know. Don't know. I think that... Oh, don't know. I kind of feel that a lot of these types of promos end in a brawl. You know, you see that kind of thing on Miz TV. It's a very normal type of wrestling thing. I mean, most talk shows end that way, don't they? Two people talking and the ends in a brawl. In fact, you could say contract signings, even most promos. I mean, we saw Seth and Jinder do that exact same thing. I sort of feel like the fact that CM Punk is such a big star and Drew doesn't like him, doesn't really want anything to do with him, sort of feel like the fact that they didn't come to blows actually makes it a little bit different, actually makes it a little bit more intriguing. I think two people cutting promos and then it descending into a brawl, it just happens so much that if that was to happen between Drew and CM Punk, yeah, it'd be exciting. But I don't think it wouldn't be special. I sort of feel like the fact that they're not doing that actually in a roundabout way makes it a bit more special, because we just don't see too many promos where it doesn't come to blows. So, you know, these are two guys saying what they want to say and like really having to think about how the land lays, not just resulting in like throwing fists, but saying what they want to say, trying to outmaneuver each other. And, you know, both are kind of deciding it's not time to throw hands. Just saying what they want to say, moving on, getting out of there. And I find that a bit more interesting than just throwing hands. CM Punk having a match before the Rumble. I mean, you could do it, but there's no big shows. There's no big show. I mean, day one probably would have been the place to have done it. If they have a match on Raw, it's going to be his first televised match, and I don't know who's it going to be against. And whoever it's going to be against, if it's going to be someone like Dominic, it's going to be a bit, wish it was someone better. And then if it was someone better, you'd be like, why are they doing this on Raw so close to the Rumble? So I don't know. It's a weird time, innit? It's a weird time. I think I would just leave it and just have him at the Rumble at this point now. It's only, 2 weeks or something? I think, didn't they say 2 weeks on Sunday? So there's really not much time. Not much time. So, I don't know. I sort of feel like we're doing all right with Punk. I think his promo with Drew might have been the best thing on the show. So I can't say I was too down on it. Alan said, as much as we don't like Dom, he's done great in the house show matches against Punk. Right. Well, I am going to wrap it up there because we've stuck around for half an hour after and I don't know how. And I'm meant to be doing an unseen video. So I'm going to off and start having a look at that. If there's anything, I think what I'll do, if there's anything big, juicy, urgent, I'll get the video out tonight. If it's nothing really that big, juicy, or urgent, then I may leave it for tomorrow. There will be an unseen video. And you know, that is basically stuff that just has not been shown on Raw. So you may have seen it. You might not have seen it, right? It's social media reaction. It's digital interviews. You know, it's the kind of thing that's on Raw Talk, blah, 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 right? So that's why it's called unseen. It's just stuff that's not been seen on the show. So we'll look into that. I get the feeling there probably isn't anything massive, just because there wasn't really anything massive on the show. But I don't know. I'll have a look and we'll see. We'll see where the conversation is online. So thanks a lot for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. I really do. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. I thought it was solid. I really did. I was not bored in the slightest. My voice is back, but it's just a little bit hoarse now, but that's probably understandable. Much better than last week, though. So we'll be back tomorrow for the Wrestling Escape Pods. Back tomorrow for NXT. I think what I'll probably do is move that Roman Cody Wrestlemania conversation. We don't do the AEW watch-alongs anymore. Tommy Toy Travels does. So I think on Wednesday, maybe I'll do the video for that on Wednesday. So I'll probably end up moving that just a day on Wednesday. That makes more sense. So yeah, tomorrow there could be an unseen video. There will be a Wrestling Escape Pod. There will be an NXT watch along. Have a great evening wherever you are. Thank you so much for all your comments and support. And I want to make sure I definitely did get... Definitely want to make sure. Yes, I believe I did. The last ones was Timothy when he told us that he is a boomer. So we did read those. Thank you for watching. Appreciate the support. I will see you again next time. Bye for now.